Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to VISPRO. We're getting underway for our day number 2 in the second split here, the end of the spring season, and we are ending the spring season on a high note. A lot of awesome competition underway here, going to be taking place today, most of it on stream. I'm joined tonight by Denomine. Again, Day, thanks for coming in back to back, man. It's definitely going to be it's been a long week so far.
It has been a long week so far, but we've had very exciting games to watch, and there should be some more good ones tonight. I'm personally really excited for this Immortals versus NRG or Immortals versus Rogue lineup.
Yeah, I mean, that's exciting, mostly because you're talking about two teams that got knocked down to challengers. They are looking to build those teams up and have a chance of getting out of challengers through the challenge battles. So they're probably going to be going head-to-head pretty soon in the next season as we get underway in summer pretty soon. So that's a cool little, maybe a preview of what we can expect from those two teams. I think the whole lineup tonight is absolutely jam-packed. Let's quickly go do a quick look around at it as we go through the matches tonight, the quick schedule we've got here. Nova Esports versus Ardent Gaming is first up. Ardent, excited to see them back in the competitive scene. I mean, they've been in every single season, but I'm really looking forward to seeing what they can do with this roster. They've made a few changes here and there, and it looks like they're finally starting to bring this together. But they've got a big foe going up against Nova game number 1.
Yeah, Nova has really been impressing us through the last VISPRO. You know, they did come out in the end on top of everybody. So, they did secure that VG8 spot and then proved their worth in the VISPRO. So, this is going to be a tough first match.
Absolutely. It's going to be tough. Now, Nova, of course, with that strong first split season under their belt, looking to come in the second split here in the spring season. Maybe it was just looking way too strong last split, or maybe that's just a sign of them continuing to grow, because ever since they added Lone Delphi, they've looked almost unstoppable. Very, very dominant performance by them. Our next matchup here tonight is one you were talking about, Day. It's that Immortals versus Rogue. That looking to be a very, very close matchup because we've seen them go head-to-head. It's kind of gone back and forth, actually. But Immortals have made a lot of roster changes in the meantime. Rogue, they've made a few themselves. We could be looking at slightly different teams than what we saw last season.
Absolutely, and the roster changes that we see for Immortals, evolving. Every day we've got a little more updates on the Immortals roster, and I think they've picked up some really good additions that we've seen them play with in the past, and I think it's going to be a really strong lineup.
I think so too. Rounding out the night, NRG versus Lost in the Echo. And Lost in the Echo is a bunch of players from a lot of teams that have been playing in Challengers for a long time. They've actually all these players on this roster have been playing competitively in the Challenger series for quite some time. So definitely a very strong team. They had some pretty good performances last split. They're going up against NRG, though, and we have seen NRG has played very, very well. They had a good run last, but they did get knocked out by Nova, but short of that, they're looking, like another very, very strong contender, and also a Vainglory team. That's probably going to be a little bit one-sided. I think our last match it's not going to be streamed, but off-stream we'll be giving you guys updates. Tempo Storm versus Intensity VG. A lot of question marks around Tempo Storm. They've had some roster changes as well, but I think they're also probably the favorites for their match pretty decisively.
I would definitely think so. Tempo Storm has a lot of big names from the community that just, really draw attention, these big playmakers. So I definitely think they'd be the crowd favorite. However, I don't think we can really count Intensity VG out either. They have a very subtle but capable roster as well. So
absolutely. They really do, but we'll have to see how it all plans out and all plays into tonight. I think, when we take a look at the overall schedule here, just to guys give you a quick peek at where we're going across the rest of this week and into next week. This is the last round of 16 here tonight, and then tomorrow we're going to be kicking off I'm sorry, not tomorrow. Wow. Next Wednesday, next week, we'll be kicking off the quarterfinals with that final round. And then, of course, day number 4 will be the semifinals. And Friday of next week, we'll be ending the entire thing here, ending with the finals. So it's definitely going to be a pretty exciting matchup. But let's talk a little bit about this matchup here that we're getting into right now. Nova Esports versus Ardent Gaming. Again, we've talked already about this roster. Lone Delphi has come onto this roster. They've been absolutely dominant. Ardent looking to try to find something here, but they've really struggled in challengers to really get above that top 8 position. Do they have what it takes to maybe make that push here?
I'd really like to see it. You know, we already discussed that Nova has really been bringing their A game to the table, especially with that pickup of Lone Delphi. He just plays so well with Truth. You know, on his previous rosters, we've really seen a conflict of players being either not aggressive enough with him, or you could say him being too aggressive for his team. And I really think that they just have good synergy together on Nova. And I personally haven't seen enough of Ardent's current lineup to really give an honest opinion if I think they can compete with Nova here.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that we have to kind of keep an eye on and see how they play. I think this is going to be a big indication for them. Now, granted, Ardent's not going to be going up against a team like Nova come challengers, but they will be going up against teams like Immortals and Echo Fox. They will be going up against a lot of the Echo Fox acquired new teams, so they won't be going up against that specific roster, but they'll be going up against Rogue, a lot of very strong teams that had a lot of experience playing competitively at the highest level. So they've got their work cut out for them. Definitely going to be excited to see how this organization, who's been around in Vainglory for a very long time, Ardent, one of the earliest orgs here alongside Hammers and Gangstars. Definitely nice to see them still, sticking with the competitive scene here in Vainglory, trying to find those pieces they need to take them to the next level.
Absolutely, and we should be getting close to getting into game 1 here.
Yeah, I actually think we're just about ready to get into the draft, so I'm going to just check with everybody. I think we're ready to go. The draft should be then taken off. And let's talk a little bit right before we get into this draft. At the preface, what we kind of expect, because I think yesterday was really telling. Although we did see some very good teams play, so that was really a very echelon, a lot of top tier teams playing. We saw a lot of bans starting to form as far as the update 2.5. We saw a lot of picks that started to become more prevalent as far as consistency. And what were some of the things that stood out from the drafts yesterday to you, Denominate, that you think may carry over to today as well?
Well, for me, the drafts yesterday were still so early into update 2.5 that the meta seems to have not really had a chance to shift too much yet. You know, we did see a couple teams reach into their pockets and pull out something that we haven't really seen in a while. You know, we did see Lane Sky the other day. But overall, I feel like we really still have a lot of prioritization on these healers and the Grumpjaws and the Glaives. And so far, I think everybody's still just kind of playing the comfort when it comes to these important games. And then, maybe on the side, out of tournament setting, they're practicing, okay, this hero had these changes, what can we do with this hero now? So, I really think as the tournament goes on, we're going to see a shift in meta, but I'm not sure if we're quite there yet.
Well, Grumpjaw and Vox, those are two picks we saw. Bander picked quite extensively yesterday. Not surprised to see them come out here. Vox really starting to form as, at least so far in 2.5, one of those dominant picks here going into the draft. Not surprised to see the Lyra. Now, Ardent Gaming could probably take another healer here, but they have plenty of time to ban away the second healer, and we actually haven't seen Lyra be that very dominant support anymore, so it's not really a very worrisome pick. Like to see the Ardent here, so it's possible we're going to see an Adagio ban coming out of Ardent if they choose not to pick it.
We could indeed see the Adagio ban come out here, but I really am hit or miss with Lyra this patch. She had a couple changes that I think both hurt and help her. So one of them being her sigil now does bring that burst heal back that it used to. However, it's consequential. The longer you have the sigil down, the less burst heal it does. However, if you're able to drop the sigil and get the burst heal on both teammates, you get that full heal on both of those teammates. So we do see the Adagio ban come out, and we'll just have to see if this Lyra is able to capitalize and use the sigil accordingly as the fights go on.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to see here is Nova respect the Baron pick, so we'll probably see a Baron ban unless they want to go differently, because you do risk giving Ardent Baron. And although one of the counters they could use the Lyra for when you go to Baron is to portal onto the Baron and then bulwark so the Baron can't rocket leap away. But that's still pretty a pretty tight and very hard to initiate combo to time perfectly. So I think if you're Ardent, you definitely consider picking up the Baron in this case. And I feel like as far as a laner, you really got to pick a laner.
You really do have to pick a laner here. The problem with picking a jungler is junglers are just so much easier to counter, and if you lose out that jungle as intently as you can when you put yourself in that situation, even if your laner's ahead, it makes it really difficult. Now, we do see the glaive come out here, and this is where we always talk about on B side, you really want to pick a flexible hero. And we did see Glaive the other day come in, haven't seen him in the lane in a while, but we saw him several games come out as a lane with a pretty demanding, force to back him up. And
Yeah.
a Lance comes out on the side of, this is Nova on A side, right?
Yeah, it is Nova on A side, and that's really an interesting pick because we have seen the flex glaive into the lane. So it's not necessarily a jungle pick here, but it could be. So I think that's a safe pick, but I think leaving such a strong laner like Baron on the table, it looks like you maybe will get it, but yeah, Nova does go with the Black Feather. So I think Nova's betting on that glaive being a lane glaive.
Yeah, they're probably betting on it being a lane glaive, especially since glaive just in general handles pretty well into Baron. He's got that quick gap close and has a lot of upfront burst damage he can get down. And Baron is particularly squishy, and glaive has high health, high defense, so Baron doesn't handle as well into him like he would some of the squishier heroes. Blackfeather, however, does have very marginal success into glaive. If you get behind, the glaive can really put the hurt on, but if you stay ahead, then Blackfeather has that execute damage that's scaling. And we do see the Baptiste come out on the side of Ardent. So first Baptiste we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, very rare to see Baptiste come out as we round up this draft. I think it's a good pick because you're looking at a lot of melee here, a lot of bruisers, and Baptiste, can keep you close, and that's where you want to be. And I actually really like you kind of have like two mini gauntlets. You got the main gauntlet from Arden, and then you've got the ordained from Baptiste, which I think used correctly, that glaive can punch you around and keep you kind of bottled up. If they can get you backed off from the back line into the front line, I think right now with Blackfeather being, wanting to be aggressive, he's going to have to pay a lot for that. Blackfeather is going to want to go in, and unless he has a Rose offensive up, he's going to be stuck in a lot of crowd control.
Absolutely, and I do like the Baptiste combination with the Arden, getting that gauntlet down and then able to force them into a stun is always a nice thing to do. So we'll just have to see how the synergy plays out here. Hopefully they can get some of these stuns chained together where they can really capitalize on them.
Yeah, that's really going to be critical for the side of Ardent. Is they have all of the pieces. I actually really like their draft, and if you're going into a Blackfeather and this Lance, it looks like it's probably going to be a support. Carry Lance, which is interesting, unless it's going to be a carry Lyra, which I would be surprised as well. We haven't seen Lyra flexed into that CP role in quite a long time. So with that, though, it does look like we're ready to get into game number 1 here in just a few seconds. As waiting for the last member to get back on, and then we should be good to go. Like we talked about, this draft, I think, does favor, if it's executed correctly, Ardent, but we know Nova mechanically is really good, and so I wouldn't really be surprised if Nova does come away here with the win.
Absolutely, and I think Nova does have the crowd favorite here. They put on a huge performance during the last split, so I think this is definitely going to be a hard team to beat. However, I do like the draft that Ardent has put together. We have a lot of chain CC opportunity, which is going to be really dangerous for the side of Nova.
Right, and that's really something Nova's got to be careful. So, I mean, reflex blocks all around would be great. Definitely would like to see it. We do see interesting role swaps. Something that we kind of saw actually yesterday between these is it's actually Starboy's going to stay on support. Eddie'll actually moving to carry here. So it's going to be a little bit of a different roster lineup than what we saw leading into last split. Lone Delphi not playing. Of course, he did not play the first match of last split as well, so maybe not a huge surprise there.
Definitely not a huge surprise, and I actually think this is going to be a lane Lyra that we see come out, and I think it would make a lot of sense at least. We'll have to see though. I mean, there is a lot of utility that the side of Nova does bring to the table. It's kind of hard to judge what they're going to do. You know, we know Starboy is able to flex into that lane position, and Truth is definitely a mechanically skilled enough player to play in that roam position. So we're going to have to see how it turns out, but I do see the Lyra is going up to the lane, and a early first blood for the Baptiste. Truth getting a little overextended here. And Arden is going to clean up some farm for that kill, too, also. It looks like they're going to push very hard, actually, over here into Ediel.
Oh, yeah, Ediel's got to be careful. He goes going a lot of damage. Right off the bat, getting that first kill is a big win for Arden as they keep engaging here. And you got to watch out. We've seen this Baptiste, not necessarily the strongest hero, but if you get an early lead, can really lay in a lot of damage. You already see him right now looking to take out Truth again. Very close. One more auto attack will do it. I think Maurice, the Beast, is tempted, but ultimately they're going to just focus on farming. It's going to force Ediel. He's going to have to rotate to the back. The Scout Trap's going to catch him out. As we do see, we did see, just missed it. Truth does go down. Second time Truth has died, so Truth not doing well with this roster swap.
Not doing well so far. However, we do know that the composition that is focused around this Baptiste. Baptiste does have a lot of early game damage. When you get his passive off, it increases the crystal damage and weapon damage of your basic attacks. And we do see those huge early game bursts coming out when you use this Baptiste correctly. You know, with 2 crystal bits, Laid to Rest was able to do 200 damage to Truth, who already has shield as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, I was just getting the rosters pulled up because I know there were some changes, so I wanted to be ready for those. And Eddie dies, and that's a 3rd kill for Arden, and it looks like Starboy is going to go down also. So Arden cleaning up 4 kills here in the early game, already getting a little over a 1,000 gold lead. Hopefully going to be able to push this lane into the turret and cause Starboy to miss out on a little bit more farm. But it's looking really good for Arden so far.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking struck. 4 kills, 1,000 gold. I mean, this is definitely not the start we were expecting from Nova. Now, I think Nova thought they could be a little cheeky here by playing a composition. You see the Ordained comes out, Laid to Rest coming in. Here comes the Arden. Ediel's got nowhere to go. He's going to get bursted down. A little bit of an interesting decision to play into this. Of course, we see the Lyra going up against the Glade in the lane. Hasn't really paid off too well either. I do like that bright bulwark right there in that case, just to prevent any harass from maybe an afterburn coming in. But ultimately, with this gold lead and with this kill advantage, Arden's going to be able to just put a little bit more pressure in the jungle. It seems like in the lane, it's going to be fairly even, as we do see the CS scores are almost neck and neck.
They absolutely are, and Laid to Rest did have a chance to shop now and has a significant amount of more crystal power, so we really need to see this Blackfeather, who is going to be a very frontline heavy hero. He does have to dive into the fight. We're going to have to see some shield picked up really soon here out of Eddie, so it's going to be really up to Truth to reposition the enemy correctly where Starboy is able to safely get that poke damage down, because the lane Lyra doesn't have as much early game presence as a roam Lyra does in that lane poke scenario, even though she does have more damage. And you don't have quite as much healing either because you're not building into that bonus health. So is the sustain as strong? No, but the group AoE damage this Lyra is going to be able to put down onto this triple melee comp here in the mid and late game should be a huge game changer once they get those items built.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely have to see. Weird to see Truth on the support role. He does, of course, start to build into that with that shield item. The weapon blade, I think, was just to help him clear farm with Ediel. And so far, not really working out for Nova Esports. I think this change of position, not too great. We do see Lyra gets blown up. A lot of damage coming out. She's dropped. Starboy takes it. Takes one for the team. Truth looking like he's taking a lot of damage. Might be the next one. Ordained still on cooldown, but Arden is really not that worried. Oh, we do see Truth. Nice get the wall. Pushes them all in. Eddie can he get the point? He gets stunned up with that Ordain. Now needs to get out of dodge because he is taking a lot of damage. Truth gets lit up. Almost drops thanks to that Afterbird. And Ardent doing a great job. They're able to continually pressure Nova for the good portion of this early game.
Absolutely, and we don't have any Fountain yet out of the side of Nova, so hopefully Truth will get a chance here to rotate down and get that item. Just because that would have played a huge role in saving Starboy there. And, you know, the damage that this Glaive is able to put down on the Lyra, who has particularly low defense as a just natural stat of the hero, it's going to be really difficult, and Starboy really needs to focus on his position, and he can't be playing the front line where he's getting caught out like this.
No, you're absolutely right. And he's going to be, very squishy. The Bulwark is his only saving grace from the Glaive, but it doesn't protect him from the Arden or the Baptiste. And those guys can still put a bit of damage onto him. Starboy's got no defense yet. He is going just pure offensive at the moment because he needs to be able to dish out that AoE damage like you talked about. You see a fight breaking out in the jungle. It's 2v3. You see Edial is dropped very quickly. Truth has to back up now, and Ardent, like this, just like that, coming in here, trying to pick up a nice, easy win if they can. This is going completely opposite of how we probably would have predicted at the start of this game. And it really started with the draft, playing a very smart draft into Nova's more creative draft. And the positioning, too, is definitely not a comfort point for the side of Nova.
It's definitely not a comfort point, and I think we really need to put a lot of credit on the Laid to Rest. He's playing this Baptiste so well, making sure that he's saving his abilities for when he has that heroic perk procced, which increases the crystal damage. And with this Shatterglass, he is deleting the enemy team.
Yeah, and they're hitting a really strong mid-game spike right now. And, you see these tier 3 items coming out. There's only, there's tier 3 items on both Edial and Starboy, but they're weaker attack speed oriented items. They're not going to offer a huge amount of damage, a huge amount of burst, and they kind of need that because right now the burst is all going in favor of Ardent. So when they come into these fights, they kind of already start off with an advantage from a damage perspective.
They absolutely do, and this Baptiste does bring a bit of AoE damage himself with that Bad Mojo A ability. Does splash out a lot of damage. However, we do see Laid to Rest going very low here. Not quite baiting out a Fountain yet, but we'll have to see how Nova plays the rest of this fight.
Truth doesn't land the Impale on any of the enemy heroes. They're trying to focus on the Crack, and they're going to have to disengage. Nice Bulwark prevents the Afterbird. They did predict it, as Ardent was looking to kind of come in there and get a kill for their efforts. Instead, Nova re-engages. Gauntlet comes out. Starboy, he's able to portal out of there. That's not a problem. Truth takes that portal as well. And nice engage from Ardent, but the countermeasures coming out from Nova were ready to go so that they didn't have to get locked in that.
Absolutely were, and we do see Starboy now has a 60-second cooldown on this ultimate, and that is something that they're really going to have to take into their concern for the next fight. If they don't have that, either you can use it as a gap close or you can use it to create distance and get safely behind your turret, and they don't have that. So Ardent has a big opportunity here with the lead that they have to make a really heavy engage and kill Starboy very, very easily.
Yeah, I mean, Starboy's only real defensive opportunity is going to be the Bulwark paired with the portal, so we'll just have to see how that works out. Right now, it's down to 19 seconds, so it looks like without the engage coming in from Ardent, he's going to get that off cooldown for the next team fight. Ardent pushing in, minion candies pop, looking to go in. They do catch out Edial. Look at this come in here. Nice Bulwark prevents the engage. Ardent not gonna be able to get to the back line, but look, it's Laid to Rest, taking a lot of damage. He had taken something to the turret. Ordain on the Truth, it's not gonna result in anything. There's a nice get the wall. Impale. They get Edial. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Truth is going to be the next one. Oh my goodness. Starboy gets lit up. And looks like Ardent with Dat Had and Maurice may be able to finish this, get the ace, if they can get this kill in time.
Huge double root out of Truth there, though. Very, very well played by him, baiting in that Treant, and it's going to get him out. That is not going to be an ace for the side of Ardent. However, they do clean up 2 kills in that fight.
Wow, that was a very lucky route there, Denominate, because they were very close to getting all their cooldowns off for those abilities and re-engaging. And man, just really bad timing. Also, well played by Truth to be able to proc that route right in the right position, so that if Ardent kept engaging, they'd get stuck up in it.
Yeah, good use of the Githian wall, but that does give a free gold mine over to the side of Ardent. And so far, this game is looking really good for Ardent. You know, I'm not seeing the coordination that we saw out of Nova from the end of last split. I don't know if it's because of this roster swap. It's not looking to be paying off for them right now. I'd really like to see the game a little bit closer. They're not horribly behind in gold, but it's really not looking good for them in the fights either.
I'd like to see it closer, but I don't think, you know, with the way the Ardent's been playing and also with the scaling of this Baptiste, it's going to necessarily become closer. It really is going to come down to a critical team fight. If Nova can engage on a fight and take out one of Ardent's members, they may be able to come back into this game and build out some of their items. You do see Starboy has the Broken Myth, so, you know, his priority right now is to just build up those stacks right before getting into a fight so that he can do a little bit more damage.
He sure does, and we see a lot of gold in the pocket of Starboy, so hopefully he can make it down and at least pick himself up a reflex block so that he doesn't keep getting trapped in these Ordains and followed up with the Glaive Afterburn. That's really where we see him falling in these fights, is he just has no way to counter the CC.
He goes with more CP damage, so he does get caught out. There's another one coming in. Nice Githian wall. All three members, though, are locking in. Good job to use the portal. He gets stunned, but he gets out of there, out of that gauntlet and Ordain, which have been very, very problematic for him. Eddie all coming in with the Black Metal, looks to try to get onto the Glaive. Githian wall used again. They're trying to move on, but nice barrier. It's keeping them alive. And look at that. Fountain saved, well positioned and well played by Ardent to keep them alive. Baptiste now is the next target. They're not able to get it on there. This Ardent play by Maurice the Beast has just been absolutely phenomenal. And it's Maurice almost getting true tier. They are finally going to be able to get the kill, but it was fantastic play. Oh, they're going to trade that by picking up Edial. Fantastic play by Ardent to not drop a hero there, to keep re-engaging. It was very, very close. Truth now trying to be a little cheeky. Block on that Ordain. Definitely saved Truth's life there.
They do trade 1-for-1, but the unfortunate thing for Nova is they did trade Adial, who is this jungler, for the roam of Ardent. So overall, I think Ardent still comes out on top of this. It's been a pretty slow game. We're seeing a lot of fights, but both turrets are still up at full health. So the gold lead is pretty minuscule at this point in the game, but the fights are looking so good for the side of Ardent that I think we're going to see the first turret on the side of Nova drop here and after this next fight.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. We'll have to see. I mean, really, if Nova wants to stay in this game, they've got to respect this team. They've got to go in and we see there's an objective going over. Ardent making the right moves. They caught Nova in a bad rotation. Nova pays the price. So with that turret gone, and with a slightly weak composition for this portion of the game, Ardent has the ability to flex it. The real key is catching on Starboy. If they can catch him out, they get to that backline, Starboy's deleted, Ardent will win the fight.
Yeah, and it was a really good position from this scout trap down next to the gold miner for Ardent. They were able to see that the entire enemy team was down by the gold mine, and the fight comes out, and Starboy gets deleted off the fold immediately. And this might be an ace if they're able to clean it up. Huge damage coming out of this Baptiste. If Glaive is able to finish off the Black Feather, I think we could be looking for another turret and gold mine for the side of Ardent.
Ooh, Truth, really nice pickup there. Able to get the kill, and even though he's playing support, he's got this tension bow. He does a big amount of damage with that proc. Looking to just try to get away from Maurice the Beast here. It's very dangerous. He does have a fountain he already used and a reflex block. And I think Lane to Rest and Maurice did a right thing here. They did not need this kill. Going for an objective instead makes a lot more sense.
They are going for an objective instead, knowing that Truth is low. However, that passive healing effect from the fountain on this Lance gives him a lot of health, and the tension bow proc may help him steal this gold mine here.
We'll have to see. He's looking to come in here. Very, very low gold miner. Does get the steal. Thanks to that tension bow. Does get the Katu. And they're looking to take out Maurice the Beast. Maurice the Beast very low. Fear comes out. It's not going to reposition Nova well enough. Truth now in a very... Oh, nice use of that portal. Well played by Starboy to put that portal there as well. Truth used it perfectly. And they got the gold miner and completely threw off Ardent now. So Ardent forced to disengage.
They did, and that's the coordination I've really been expecting and hoping to see out of Nova. They looked so good and tight as a team last series or last split, and they were looking a little sloppy here at the beginning of the game, but I really think they've pulled it together. I think they're a little out of their comfort zone as far as the position swaps, but I think they're pulling it together. You know, Truth is, you know, he has good fountains. He's making sure he gets that Atlas down every fight. And he's just playing it so well. And we have a huge engage coming here. Starboy dropping very early on in the fight.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately for Starboy, this is something Ardent's done very well. They've been able to lock onto the backline. They catch Starboy out. That perfect gauntlet. And then using the Ordain to zone out the support there. I mean, just perfect plays. And Ardent going to be able to secure a Kraken here. Unless we do see Eddie, he'll try to make an attempt, which I don't think he's going to. It's too low. Kraken going over to Ardent. That means that they are definitely going to be able to push down another objective here. And Ardent Gaming giving Nova Esports a very difficult time. Nova Esports running out of chances here to make a comeback, to stage it, and get back into this game.
Yeah, and Ardent's doing a very good job. Every single time they get an opportunity to catch Starboy a little out of position, they make sure they execute on it quick. This Glaive has such a quick ability to gap close, the afterburn, that once he's in, he's able to position Starboy out, and the Ordain comes down from laid to rest shortly thereafter, and there's just nowhere for Starboy to go.
Unfortunately not. Kraken pushing down. There's a turret. As we do see Ardent, they want more. They are looking so hungry. They have to feel really great about their performance so far. It's been fantastic. But the engage from Ardent, at this point, just poking. They're content with just getting this last Kraken and then disengaging here. They don't see the super aggressive. Yeah, I take that back. They catch onto Starboy. Portals out to the Sanctuary. And the Black Feather, though, comes up huge. Able to get that great gauntlet, but it's just a little to the right. Not able to land and get where they wanted to, and it's going to be an ace going over to Nova. Finally an ace, but I'll be honest, if you're Ardent Gaming, you feel really great about that engagement because you're almost going to, you might even get 3 turrets out of this Kraken.
They're just going to get the 2, but this one is so low that it hardly matters. If it comes down to a base race, they're going to have no problem pushing down these turrets. Still, that's a lot of good net worth out of that Kraken. You do get, you know, essentially 2, almost 3 turrets. So you get that 600 gold swing per player with only giving up 500 to the enemy team. There was the ace to follow suit. The gold lead has been pretty minuscule all game, though. We're still on a little bit of a lead for the side of Ardent, but it's too close to really matter.
Yeah, it's close, but, you know, that was a huge fight for them. Objectively, they feel like they can continue dictating these fights. I felt like they may have been overextended in that point, but that's because they really wanted to get the most out of that Kraken. At least that's definitely one possibility. Oh, really close. That X almost getting caught there. Has to get back underneath turret. We do see Nova. They look hungry. This barrier is down for this turret. They are very close to getting their first objective of the game.
They are, and we see Truth has gone into this Poison Shiv as well, so we do have 2 Poison Shivs on the side of Nova. We'll just have to see if that is a choice that works out well for them. Truth is going very low in this fight. However, he does get a good Atlas down, but they have to disengage because Truth doesn't have any health to continue fighting.
But here comes
huge engage coming out of Ardent here.
Huge, nice sigil. Heals up Truth a little bit. We do see Eddie dropping very low. Can he get a gauntlet? Just misses. You gotta be, if you're Reese, to be so close to landing that stun onto that Black Feather and getting yourself an earlier kill. They do find the Black Feather, though. So they have the advantage. They are looking. Starboy so close to... Yeah, he does get the recall off. Truth now hoping to recall here. He's just a few Oh, he's just too late. He's not going to be able to get the recall. He's going to drop. And Ardent, even though they lost their first turret, they still look like they've got a good foothold here in this game.
They sure do, and with only Starboy alive for the next 20 seconds, they're definitely going to start up this Kraken, and unless if Starboy can come down and get the steal, I think this is going to be game for Ardent Esports.
Yeah, I mean, they still have to push correctly into that sanctuary, get those 2 turrets. Starboy just, oh, he decides ultimately not to. Instead, just a little bit of harass. But the slowdown, actually, by pulling that Baptiste away, maybe gave his team a few more seconds to get prepped. Black Feather's up. Truth of Light is almost coming back. And then if you're Nova, you really just need to do a proper engagement outside of your Sanctuary. If you let the Kraken get into the Sanctuary and have their fight there, you really don't have enough time to protect these 2 turrets. That first turret's going to drop after the first hit.
One thing I do want to make note that Starboy was able to do, when you take the Kraken, you do get that health and energy bonus, and he was able to prevent that energy bonus for Laid to Rest. So granted, with this clockwork, he is nearly full energy again. He's not quite there. So if this fight goes on for an extended period of time, Laid to Rest is going to run out of energy, and this is going to give Nova a chance to come back.
Yeah, there's that first turret. There's just 1 turret left. The Kraken is still such a high level, so you're gonna actually see Nova. They go for the engagement. Oh, Ediol, he is so low. The fountain's not enough. They're not gonna get. They do trade. That goes down, but is it going to be enough? Did you see? Oh my goodness, so much damage coming out of Laid to Rest. And Ardent Gaming, they secure game number 1 here in unbelievable fashion, taking out the champion from last split, Nova Esports, and pushing this potentially to 3 games if Nova can find their footing.
I do definitely think if this game does go to a 3rd game, we're going to see Truth definitely want to be in that lane position. He's such a dominant laner. I think the position swap here might have been a fun thing to try, but Ardent's just too strong of a team to play outside of your comfort zone, and we really need to focus on this Baptiste. Laid to Rest just played it so well, making sure that he was saving his abilities for when he had that Reap procced up. That 750 damage when you hit Starboy is massive. You know, that long cooldown that the Sigil has, he just didn't have time to heal up between the poke that Baptiste was able to put down.
No, absolutely. Sorry about that, as we had a quick sound glitch. The draft does not start for the next game there, but everyone's ears might be bleeding. You're absolutely right. I mean, they allowed the Baptiste to scale into his comfort zone. They allowed him to play. There was no aggression early game. There was no way for Nova to counter that aggression that came out early, and they didn't play around it at all. So really unfortunate for Nova, and really fantastic for Ardent. If you're an Ardent esports fan right now, you've got to be feeling absolutely fantastic with this performance right here.
You do, and we discussed that all of the teams in this particular split, I feel any of them can really take a game off or a series off of each other. We have very even talent spread out across these teams. Right. So I'd like to see this go to a game 3 and really test the endurance of both teams just to see how well they're going to be able to hold out in that game 3. There's a lot of mental stress that comes with having to play a 3rd game after too long first and second games. So endurance is a huge factor, and I really think whatever team can hold their composure coming down to a 3rd game is going to be able to take this one away.
I absolutely agree. We're going to take a quick break, everybody, but when we come back, we're going to be getting into game number 2, Nova Esports versus Ardent, and Ardent looking to take Nova down the long path here, as they are not going down easy, giving up a huge fight and actually taking the game off of Nova. We'll see if Ardent can close this one out right after the break.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
Welcome back, everybody. As we get ready for game number 2, we also have a new sub coming in, but not for any of the teams. Instead, for the casting crew. Tasty Bacon joins us tonight. Tasty, man, thanks for jumping on the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Just excited to be here. Unfortunately, couldn't be home in time for the start, but here now, ready to get the action going once more.
Well, we're jumping right into it. Ardent's up 1 game against Nova, which is really incredible considering Nova won it all last week. And now it's Ardent now looking to take their turn here, come into this game and surprise everybody. We'll see if they can do it. We're actually ready to jump into the draft. Not sure, Tasty, if you were able to jump in yourself and get in.
Yep.
All right, well, then we're ready to start,
The draft
and we're going to get
begins.
right into it. Of course, this is going to be Ardent Gaming trying to look to take this 3-game series away from Nova.
And what an exciting first game it was, Bacon. I'm not really sure when you came in and what you got to see, but Ardent looked very, very strong today.
Yeah, Ardent looked really good, and I heard you mentioning, this is a situation where any of these teams have the potential to take a game or potentially a series off of any others, and that's absolutely true. This is something we've been talking about for months now within Vainglory. Is the level of competition has been constantly rising, and if you're a team that, especially one of these teams that isn't quite proven at the top level, you cannot overlook any of your opponents.
You can't. And I do really like the ability that these teams have to switch up their rosters. We're seeing a lot of teams play around with different players and really kind of see where their synergy lies. And I think that's why we really have such a diverse talent pool in all these teams where the games just seem to be so close.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw there where in that last game, Nova trying to swap up where the different players are playing and trying to figure out what's going to work best for them, get a little bit of extra practice in before Vainglory 8, which starts up in just a couple weeks. So this is a great opportunity for Nova to try and get this tune-up, but definitely not looking their best in game number 1 of this best of 3.
Not looking their best, and it's not looking good so far for the draft. I really like this Vox pickup from the side of Ardent, knowing the success that Truth had last split on this hero. So denying that pick from him is going to be huge as this draft plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of his most played heroes, so definitely a good thing to take that off the board.
Absolutely is, and we do see the Lyra picked up by the side of Nova, and perhaps someone disconnected because we are out of time.
The draft begins.
All right, so we're just going to get a quick reset of the draft client. That could be someone disconnected or accidentally tabbed out and didn't realize how little time they had left. There's a couple of minor issues with the draft client that we're using, but it's very infrequent that they come up.
It is pretty infrequent. We had it happen a couple times yesterday where players were unable to lock in a hero, and it sounds like that's what we had going on here. But it looks like everything's going pretty smoothly now. So, it is still sort of in beta client. So we gotta understand these things are gonna happen from time to time.
All right, so same picks and bans up until this point, and then we'll be finishing off the draft as per usual.
And the Finn ban does come out, which is kind of interesting to me. I don't see a whole lot of prioritization from any of the teams on the Finn this or in the past couple patches, but perhaps people feeling that Finn might be a little stronger this patch. I know he had some minor changes, but Not really sure I would put him on the ban, as much as the Catherine pick that we've been seeing is incredibly strong.
Yeah, we've actually last season, and we saw a little bit of Finn attention towards the very end of the season, but that was about it. So I think it may just be a play style type of thing. Like, Finn can disrupt something that a team is really wanting to do. But right now they're going to go with the Samuel and Lyra Samuel. This is a very strong combo that we saw a lot of down the stretch.
We did, and it is a strong combo, and we've seen Nova be able to pull it off with huge success. But this is kind of where I want to think about, Samuel is one of those heroes that not everybody can play. Now, we see that Lone Delphi isn't going to be on the Samuel. Do we think that either Starboy or Truth or Edial is going to be able to pull out that same level of success?
I mean, I would expect them to be able to at this point. They've played a little bit of Samuel in the past, so it's not something that's completely unheard of for Nova. It's just a matter of who is actually going to get their hands on that hero. Are they going to be swapping Truth and Edial once again? Are they going to put them back into their regular positions? How's that going to work out? But there comes the Baptiste once more for Arden Esports.
Yeah, and Laid to Rest had a huge performance last game on this Baptiste with the Crystal Power. We've seen huge 750 damage spikes coming out of him, which we know is splashable damage. And the side of Nova so far, these are two pretty squishy heroes. Yes, they're ranged and you have that ability to space out, but the typical defense of these heroes is pretty low, even the Lyra in the roam position.
All right, so there is one last pick that we are waiting on from the side of Nova. What do they want to round out this composition with? Very likely going to be a weapon power carry, so maybe a Gwen, I think, would be most likely. Or no, they're going to go with a Lance. This is interesting.
This is very interesting. So I think we're probably going to see this Crystal Samuel in the lane with a weapon Lance in the jungle. And I'm really thinking we're going to see Truth on the Samuel, Starboy on this Lyra, and Edial on the Lance. That just, to me, feels like the strongest lineup they can put, especially being a game down. You really want everybody to be on those comfort picks. But, we've seen Laid to Rest super comfortable on this Baptiste last game, and he got it again. So we'll have to see how it turns out.
All right, so we're going to start loading on into the game and getting this one underway. Will Arden Esports be able to complete the upset, or will Nova come back and force us into a game number 3? That's the question that is going to have to be answered.
It indeed is, and I'm really excited to see how Arden is able to use this Vox pick to its fullest potential. We've seen that Poison Shiv Tension Bow build being hugely relevant on this hero, able to get down a lot of upfront burst damage, have a lot of sustain, and take some of that effect of the fountain out of the picture, especially coming into this Lyra.
All right, so we are now loaded onto the Rift for game number 2. Arden Esports on the blue side, Nova Esports on the right. Can they overcome Nova once again? Here we're going to find out as they make their way towards the lane. A not too aggressive start coming out from either side, although Starboy is going to go gather himself some information. Finds himself a scout trap for his troubles, but that's going to be really about it for any early game aggression.
They do indeed come and get some vision, but what I am seeing is a lane Lyra and a jungle Samuel. So how do we think this double crystal composition is going to be able to work out? If this Arden is able to build up some shield, once he gets that fountain, if he works towards an Aegis, he's really going to be able to block a lot of the damage that the Samuel is able to put out.
Yeah, well, now that everyone is getting into the lane, it is going to be Truth playing this lane carry Lyra. This is something we haven't seen for some time now, really, as it sort of fell off a bit. It's been heavily just focused on playing in the captain role because of the extra healing she gets with bonus health. So it'll be fun to see it in the lane, but we're down in the jungle. We've got ourselves a fight. Edial is going to be going very low. One more shot will take him out. He's just narrowly hanging on and it looks like it will instead be Starboy, the first one to fall. Edial is in some trouble still. He is far from safe. Meanwhile, Truth just constantly pushing this lane, trying to get those minions pushed up. Edial looking for a safe spot to recall, not going to find it as Dat Hao finds him. He's going to try and keep retreating with that Drifting Dark. Will it be enough? It looks like it with the help from Truth. Edial somehow able to avoid falling.
Yeah, a little silver lining there that Edial is able to get out. However, we do see Laid to Rest with a very smart rotation. Knowing Starboy was dropped and had vision from his team on Edial and the Samuel, he was able to rotate through and take both of the heal camps, which contain the most experience from the side of Nova.
Yeah, nice job there. And just very heads-up play from Ardent Esports as a whole. Just knowing that Nova likes to be fairly aggressive in the early game and completely countering that play style in the first minute and a half to 2 minutes. See if they can keep it up, as first blood does help with the gold, but it doesn't give you enough to really solidify a lead. They are up by a couple hundred gold, but that's a gold differential that can be easily diminished.
And Truth really did a good job pushing that wave out into the turret. We did lose a little bit of gold in the jungle, but because Dat Hao is forced to rotate down and try to pick up this Samuel, he did lose a couple minions to the turret to kind of make up for a little bit of it. So not a huge loss for the side of Nova.
Yeah, not too much lost out there, and you can see they've actually got the gold lead back onto their side, at least temporarily. We're not going to focus too much on the gold just yet, though, because that's going to be constantly back and forth through these first few minutes. Laid to Rest, looking to make another heavy rotation. Edial, unfortunately, did just use the Drifting Dark, so that won't be available. He's not going to get that Treant. It actually goes over to Maurice, as they're able to get out of the jungle unscathed.
Yeah, and we do see a little bit of level advantage coming out for Laid to Rest here. However, we do know this Samuel has such an insanely scaling late game that it's really going to come down to how the fight's positioning is, because we saw last game the gold was pretty much dead even the whole game, even though it seemed like Ardent had a pretty demanding lead. Nova is really good at securing those golden objectives.
Yeah, they really are. Their objective play is one of their biggest strengths right now. They're going to try and find a kill, but the Impale not quite connecting onto Maurice. And so they're just going to focus on keeping everyone here for the time being, try and get this lane pushed in. Heavy use of minion candies coming out from Ardent Esports to try and deter this aggressive push and siege style that Nova is looking to play.
That is actually something I did want to mention, is the minion candy is something that we saw more primarily used at Worlds, but we haven't really seen it since, with very minuscule changes, and it is such a good item, especially if you have a composition like this Samuel that can push a wave very easily.
That's exactly how they're... Well, right now they're trying to use it defensively to keep the wave from pushing in on the side of Ardent, which, to your point, it would be really good for Nova, but right now it's going to be actually Edial getting stunned up a bit there, thanks to Laid to Rest, and finished off. Nice job by Laid to Rest. Dodges out the Impale as well. Truth has rotated down, but Maurice is here to help. He helps him get one more, but Truth does finally find the first kill for Nova. Laid to Rest dancing around Nova Esports at the moment.
Dancing around them, but we do still see a very slight gold lead for the side of Nova. So we are up 3-1 on the side of Ardent. However, the gold is really not reflecting that. So, yes, they're losing out on these kills, but they haven't really lost out on anything objectively yet. But we have both turrets up still. Gold mine hasn't been full enough to be worth taking. So these kills seem pretty irrelevant this early in the game.
Yeah, well, in terms of the gold, it definitely does feel a little bit irrelevant, but in terms of momentum, the importance of these kills cannot be overstated, as it can give a team so much confidence and can really hurt the other team's confidence. If they're giving up kills early on, they may end up thinking they're behind even when they have a lead, like Nova does at the moment. So it's going to be interesting to see how they continue to play around this. Laid to Rest has got to be feeling pretty good about his Batiste at this point in time.
He absolutely does, and we see the Shatterglass picked up already from him, and we know that huge damage spike he gets with the Reap proc and the Shatterglass damage on the Bad Mojo. So hopefully Adial is able to pull it together here. We know how heavy scaling this Samuel is, and the just sheer level of high-skilled play that Nova is capable of. I'd really like to see them be able to pull it together and take this to a game 3. Huge damage going down on Truth, deleting him from the fold.
Yeah, and Oblivion is gonna go down as well. Edial dropping low. He gets the heal from the fountain, but that's gonna be just enough to get him out alive. Tries to throw out these Malice and Verdicts. A little bit of extra healing there with the lifesteal. They get a root onto Maurice. He uses his own fountain, and now the re-engage from Ardent finds another kill, taking down Starboy. Ardent is just playing these team fights so well, and I really love that how picking up the Poison Shiv as his first item because of the Lyra on the other side. However, right now they're going to be working on this gold miner. They are going to no, it gets stolen. Truth taking the gold miner with the sigil, and now Ardent gonna try and get a kill for their troubles at least, but that was a massive gold miner steal from Truth.
Massive gold mine steal, extending this lead a little bit. You know, we were talking about how close it was, and we're finally starting to see a little bit of a gold lead here out of Nova. Just great timing. You know, Truth really showing that he knows this hero and he knows the damage potential he has, even against objectives, which tends to be a little bit lower out of a crystal hero.
Yeah. Excellent job keeping the team. Truth gonna get caught here. Does get the portal out just in time, right before the wait for it came through. Otherwise, that would have been a 6th kill for Ardent. And again, Ardent, they're finding kills, but they need to be able to pick up some of these objectives if they want to really secure themselves a lead in this game.
They do, and you know, you were mentioning that we have this Poison Shiv built onto that how on this Vox already. Do you think we're going to see, well, I guess maybe not. We just actually see him pick up the heavy steel now. I was going to ask if you thought he would be going into that Tension Bow build, but it looks like he may be going into either a Breaking Point now or a Sorrow Blade.
Yeah, most likely going to be a Sorrow Blade, I would assume, just because the Breaking Point, you don't really have the damage for it, at least not yet. And because he does have the extra weapon blade there, leads me to believe it'll be a weapon blade or a Sorrow Blade, but who may not need it just yet. They find so much damage, and Truth is deleted. Now, Nova, they have to get out from under the turret, but they can very easily take this tier 1 turret.
They should be very easy to take it. And, you know, again, we see laid to rest with these huge damage spike he offers when he's using this combo correctly, getting those bad mojos down. 520 damage with 1 tier 3 crystal item just due to using the hero correctly.
Yeah, excellent work. Laid to rest has been really impressive with this Baptiste. You know, maybe something that teams are going to have to look into banning against Ardent Esports if they make it past Nova here because of just how well he's been able to play it. Meanwhile, Nova now trying to get a little bit of retaliation. Early infusions picked up. Edial and Truth both grabbing one, looking to use it. Nice stun onto Maurice the Beast, but they can't get the kill. The Oblivion comes through just to try and dissuade them from pushing, and that's going to be now Maurice in trouble. It does go down, even though he put that gauntlet out just to try and keep the lane at bay. Laid to rest now has to play very defensively around this turret. Looks like he's just going to give it up. A few too many minions there for his comfort, but Nova not really pushing it. Starboy might was gonna get feared there. Now he's moving. Okay, I wasn't sure if there was maybe an issue there, but he is all set. So Nova able to answer an objective on the map, even though they only get 1 kill. They get the objective, and that's got them back in the gold lead again.
Yeah, and especially having lost out on so many kills in the early game, that has to feel good for Nova. And we do see Truth rotating down, picking up that ambient gold with Samuel here. So we do start to see some defense coming out of Truth here, but if you look at the defense prioritization that this Baptiste is putting on towards this crystal power, he's going to be able to soak up a lot of the damage from this Samuel.
Gold mine, who's going to get it? It goes over to Baptiste. Now the fight is on. A nice wait for it. Goes out. The fear on to 2. Can they find the kills, though? The team is split up a bit. They want Truth. Truth uses the portals out. They thought about following it through, but decide to back off instead. Ardent Esports, they're going to be happy to get that gold miner, but they had a lot of potential to pick up a kill or 2 afterwards, but just unfortunately for them, splitting up a little bit, making it so that they couldn't focus down any one target.
Yeah, and I think Truth had a really good deceptive portal there. The side of Nova was pretty low, but you got to be really careful taking that portal that blindly takes you behind that crystal sentry. The crystal sentry is going to then engage you from behind, and you don't know what kind of setup this Samuel had on the other side. You know, if he gets that drifting dark down and some Malice and Verdicts, and you just come through the portal, it's not going to look good for you.
Yeah, not to mention, I believe I don't think the Oblivion was used there, so I could have just been walking right into a sleeping trap as well. So smart decision from Ardent to back off and not go chasing, as we are now approaching 13 minutes in this game. They find Starboy. Will it be enough to get a kill? Nice. Stun actually not going to connect. Good job by Starboy to wait for that to go away, but he still goes down regardless. Now they're going to keep chasing. A big gauntlet is going to go down, blocked by Truth, but it does not get blocked by Edial. The fear almost causing him to fall. He just narrowly gets under this turret, but Nova and Truth and Edial really trying to defend under this turret. Need to be careful. Lots of damage. Big burst from Laid to Rest, taking out Edial. And again, this Baptiste is just doing so much damage, even with only the one true offensive item. The Clockwork obviously does give a % increase, but with only one Shadow Glass, that increase to your CP isn't actually that massive.
It's really not. It's only about 25% on the Shatter Glass. That's 150. So, you know, how much is that Clockwork really adding to everything? Probably not as much as just the empowered bad mojos when you get the Reet procs all off. You know, Laid to Rest is able to get down some healing as he builds up those stacks, and then able to dish out huge AoE damage as the fight goes on. And we do see him starting to build into a little bit more crystal power now. So just going to be all the more scary. And we have an Aegis completed on Laid to Rest and the Vox now.
Yeah, and obviously just going to be going all out shield because it's double crystal on the side of Nova, which is something we haven't really talked too much about. That's good. Big stun, another 575 damage onto Edial. Absolutely insane burst from Laid to Rest, and they are not done. They find one. They've got 2 as they take down both Edial and Truth. Starboy, the only one who gets out alive. Now they can put some damage onto this turret. They've got 1 minion there, another wave at their heels. This is going to be the tier 2 turret destroyed by Ardent Esports.
This is a tier 2 turret, and if they hurry, they may be able to secure this gold mine still. We see the damage coming out of them. It's going to be close, but I think they should be able to secure it and get that extra gold in their pocket.
Yeah, they've got more than enough time once the damage starts coming through from Laid to Rest. So another gold payout, the final gold payout of the game, going the way of Ardent. They've now got themselves about a 2K gold lead for their efforts this game. Good vision getting put down by both teams. It's been a pretty hefty vision war going on. And that's why you don't actually see too many scout traps for either side, because they've been getting popped so frequently by their opponents. So infusion's also going to be really important at this stage of the game. You see all 3 members of Ardent have an active infusion, and this is likely to be a couple infusions being picked up. No infusions for Nova. Okay, they get 1, but that's not going to be enough. Oblivion will prevent Ardent from following up onto that portal. That was actually a pretty nice escape plan there, but they had to use 2 ultimates just to get out of a tricky situation.
They did, and they were able to burn 2 ultimates as well. The Voxalt and the Ardent Alt are both down, but it looks like they're going to try to fight this a little bit more, which is kind of risky if you ask me, because of the shield that the Vox and this Baptiste have, I really think that Nova has to fight backwards at this point. They have to allow Eddie to be able to get that splash damage down as the enemy chases and funnels together.
Yeah, I actually really liked the decision from Ardent there to start up the Kraken. They weren't sure if Nova had actually, just left and recalled back to base, or if they were still hanging around. So you start up Kraken, don't fully commit to it. If your opponents show up, then you back off. If they don't show up, you go hard on that Kraken. Another portal out from Truth. They are going to fear up Starboy, but no follow-up. Again, they're just trying to get enough damage down onto Nova to make them back off so that they can work on this Kraken. They've got the vision on that side of the map, so they will know if anyone is coming. They see Starboy now, so they know they're going to be in a risky situation if they continue with this crack, but they've got it so close to captured. Are they going to just try and go for it? No, it looks like they are retreating off of it because they know the risk of going for it. But Nice Gauntlet is going to stun up Ediol. Ediol is taking a lot of damage. He's going to try and get some health back. Oblivion will get actually clipped just barely onto Maurice. And so he does get put to sleep. But again, both of these teams really trying to jockey for position around the middle of the map.
Yeah, both of these teams definitely fighting for position around the map, and I really hope that Starboy gets a chance here. We don't really have any utility coming out of this Lance right now. We have the Fountain, we have a Contraption, but we do not have an Atlas for this Vox. We do not have a Crucible to help your team get out of the Gauntlet, and I really think that leaves so much opportunity for the side of Ardent Esports to push that advantage. We do see the Atlas finished, but Lance isn't really the best hero at keeping up with a Vox, so we'll just have to see if he's able to get to that backline long enough to get that Atlas Pauldron down and try to cut down some of the damage.
Yeah, you got to figure they're gonna look for the root stun combo, and with the Atlas Pauldron coming out right after that. As far as Ardent is concerned, you can see just a lot of shield still to be built. Maurice is building a little bit more shield for himself. And laid to rest, once he gets this broken myth completed, he is going to be extremely, extremely scary. I mean, as if he wasn't already. But you got to figure that's going to be a big catalyst in this match for Ardent, is just getting that item completed.
It
Gauntlet goes down.
Is, and a good Gauntlet stuns up Truth.
Yeah, they are going to chase him down a bit, but can they find the kill? Lots of damage from Dat Hao will secure it. And now Ediol trying to just put out damage with the Drifting Dark. Starboy gets a root onto Laid to Rest. That'll slow him up. But with Truth out of the equation, this is going to be Kraken getting worked on. They've got, again, good vision of the area to know if anyone from Nova is coming to try and run interference on this. They are not. And so this will be Kraken going the way of Ardent Esports. Gets unleashed 19 minutes into this game.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised that the damage objective-wise that this Baptiste is able to put out. We see 600 damage on the Kraken, so that's going to be translating to even more damage on Truth, and we do see that. We're seeing Truth get deleted from these fights very, very early because he has no shield, and Baptiste is just able to have his way with this Lyra.
He really is, and I mean, forcing the Lyra out of the fight, and then Dat Hao really doing a great job of chasing after the Lyra in order to secure that kill, getting this Kraken making her way onto this tier 3 turret. Are we going to have a fight right here? Lots of damage coming out from Dat Hao, getting a few breaking point stacks, but those are going to wear off before an engagement happens. Turret gets destroyed, though, and that's good news for Ardent, as there's going to be a gauntlet. Stuns up Starboy. Not really the target they were hoping for, but a nice silence onto Truth. Can they find any more damage? Dat Hao takes a lot from Ediol, but are they going to be able to look for any more? Looks like they are going to be retreating a bit, saying, okay, we'll let Kraken do her damage. Starboy tries to chase. He's going to get stunned up, though. And again, it's going to be Ardent trying to find another kill, but Dat Hao is so low. Dat Hao will fall. Laid to Rest is still full health. They do destroy one of these crystal turrets, but now can Laid to Rest find anything else here? In the base 1 versus 2, not going to get it. Maurice is just looking to do as much damage as possible alongside this Kraken. They will be able to take down both of the crystal turrets, and that leaves Nova with a exposed Vein Crystal to try and defend.
An exposed vein crystal indeed. And I do like that we've seen a little bit of this extra shield dropped off by this Vox, but we have 2 boots picked up in its place. So I'd like to see this Vox come out with a 4th damage item. The gold usage for having 1 Aegis against this double crystal power is a lot more efficient just having the 1 than to have 2, because you have a lot more damage potential available to you on this build where you can really take these squishy targets out. Nobody on the side of Nova is building any armor. So you're going to build breaking point stacks really easily. So I'd like to see some crit come out here if the game lasts through another fight.
None of the carries, at least. We do have the Atlas Pulsion onto Starboy, but that has just proven to thus far not be enough. And now Nova has to be very careful. Look at how many scout traps they've put down over the last few minutes just to make sure that no backdoor attempt can go unnoticed. If Ardent Esports were to attempt anything of the sort. So instead, Ardent, they're going to be content just trying to slowly push up, finding as much of this vision as they can. Flares and scout traps getting thrown down constantly by both of these captains, but the difference is Starboy has the contraption, whereas Maurice the Beast is just using 2 inventory slots for vision at this stage of the game, and it's pretty late in the game to have 2 inventory slots be open for vision items. So I'm curious to see what Maurice is going to end up doing if this game continues longer, if he will go ahead and start working on a 5th tier 3 item or not.
I'm not sure the game is going to last at this point. You know, we still don't have a Crucible out of Starboy. So if Laid to Rest gets in the right position and is able to get the Fearsome Shade down, and one use you can have for this, actually a fight is starting up. We'll have to see how this goes. A little bit of damage coming down on Maurice, but Laid to Rest able to heal up the damage dealt to him. Truth getting some good damage down here. This... You know, working on a
damage getting down. They're going to go right into the middle of it. Oh, but the Githian Wall doesn't actually stun anyone. The portals comes through, and it's Dat How one-on-one with Truth. It is now with Ediol. He's going to be able to find the kill onto Ediol as well. That is a triple kill for Ardent. Make that a triple for the ace, and that will be the game. Ardent Esports comes into VIS and upsets Last Split's champion, taking the victory and the 2-0 series win. What a performance out of Ardent Esports.
Yeah, huge performance out of Ardent, you know, especially with Nova having taken home the entire first split. To knock them out this early is really looking good for them. Now, they've taken out the team that was able to beat everybody else, so that's got to be a huge confidence booster for their upcoming games.
Hey guys, yeah, as I just want to chime in as we kind of get ready for next year's take a look at this. This was really interesting. Nova looking to maybe play a different meta altogether, Dave, if you look at it, because we have not seen double CP used at all with any effectiveness in any single tournament of late, and so they tried to pull it off. This Lyra lane just was not working out for them.
It was not, and I think really the best benefit of a double CP comp that you can go is you really have to force your enemy to build early crystal defense, that shield, and it works better on heroes that have a lot of consistent poke. You know, if you have a Scarf or a Celeste who is able to continuously get that poke damage down, build up those broken myth stacks, it makes the shield that the enemy builds less relevant. And with the Lyra, the cooldown on the Sigil and the Bright Bulwark is just too long to be able to really ramp up the damage to bypass that shield.
Yeah, Nova looks like they really didn't do their homework, even from game to game. They allowed Laid to Rest to play Baptiste 2 games in a row. Also worth mentioning, they allowed Maurice the Beast to play that Ardent 2 times in a row, and they didn't really counter it. You see, only a reflex block on the 2 carries, no Crucible or reflex block for Starboy. It really felt like they just weren't putting in the effort to focus on what Ardent was giving them, what Ardent was laying out, because the game plan was pretty solid. And the damage, like you said, very impressive coming from this Baptiste. I mean, I really want to study that because it was just absolutely insane. But the real story too was also how well Maurice the Beast was synergizing with this team. Those gauntlets throughout both games in these fights, he would lay them down and he was almost always getting at least one stun. That is very good positioning for an Arden.
Right, especially not having that Crucible on Starboy on the side of Nova.
Right.
There's, it's really, when you have so much to block, it's really hard to not get that Crucible. Getting that Crucible down, either, you can communicate with your team and say, hey, look, you guys have to block your own gauntlet and I'll block the Fearsome Shade coming out of this Baptiste. Or you're able to block the gauntlet for your team and let them kind of rely on blocking their own Ordain and Fearsome Shade. So it's really such a good utility item when you have that amount of CC, and I'm really disappointed we didn't get to see it get built out.
Yeah, and I really disappointed that I feel like Nova really not showing up with the kind of gameplay we saw at all. They really trying to do some unique things. It just didn't work out, and that's really unfortunate for Nova. And to their credit, though, Arden played a very solid game. We saw it, and I was highlighting, of course, Arden played by Maurice the Beast. When you're stunning up one or two members of the enemy team every time you use a gauntlet, that's a skill that's very, very important to have as an Arden. It's critical. You don't want to be just throwing gauntlets out and wasting them. And so they were able to capitalize on it. Felt like there was a lot of synergy going into this roster, this split.
It did indeed, and they just looked very, very
composed. They did. Well, guys, we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to get ready for our second matchup tonight. It's one of the matchups we've been probably hyping up the most, Immortals versus Rogue. A lot of implications here as Immortals and Rogue, both challenger teams coming into the split, looking to try to make some roster changes and come up here big in a big way. So you're definitely going to want to check this out here. Do not tune away. We'll be back after this break.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. As we come off the break, we are getting ready for our second series today, and this one's going to be absolutely exciting. We're in a lot of anticipation here, and there's some roster changes that have come into both Immortals and Rogue, although they're not playing, at least not Game 1. Tasty Bacon and Denominate joining me here tonight. Let's talk a little bit about this as we get ready for the draft, which is going to be starting momentarily. Game number 1, you already see Immortals with that first ban right off the bat with Lance. Wow, this draft is going very fast.
This draft is going very fast, and I think that Vox is hugely a target of the ban, like I was just mentioning. We know Zeo for his just excellent performance on this hero, and as strong as it is with this Poison Shift Tension Bow build, I really like to see that focus ban come out. And we see the Glaive, which we've already discussed several times, is a really good flex pick on B side. And I expect to see probably another lane or a captain ban here to follow suit. And there goes the Adagio.
There we go. For some reason, I couldn't see the actual hero portraits on the draft until just now. That was interesting. But Fortress going to be the ban here. I like the Fortress ban when you have the Lyra and there's no Adagio available. Making sure your opponents can't pick up the Fortress, which is so strong into the healers.
It does make a lot of sense. Yeah, absolutely. And now, do you think that Rogue as a roster, I mean, you know, we see Hammy excel on a couple of heroes. Do we think that he can really use this Glaive as a flex pick? Is this something that you see him being comfortable on, or is this going to be something that's going over to Sibs and Immortals has a chance to counter it right here and now?
I have a feeling it's probably going to end up on Sibs. It's most likely going to be played in the jungle. Very few players are still willing to run the Glaive out of the lane. But
we did see it yesterday with some high success, though. So, I mean, is it something that due to other heroes getting nerfed, we might see a resurgence of it?
I don't know. I don't really think so. It's in my personal opinion, but you know, pro players obviously they have their own ideas of what is meta at the time. So I'll leave that to them. But there's going to be an Idris coming out here for the side of Immortals. That's going to be an interesting pickup. It's one of my favorite heroes to see because it has such a high skill cap. Can absolutely take over a game if it gets rolling.
It absolutely can, and fighting in those channels is really huge for Idris. You know, getting that chakram down to get the maximum effect out of it, and it is going to be a lane weapon, Idris, it appears. You know, having this rhyme picked up, so we're really going to have to focus on either getting heavy engages where you can delete somebody from the fold, or fighting in these channels where you're able to get multiple hits down out of the chakram and really get those combos down to keep the damage flowing out. But a Sky does come out, so now this is where I really want to think about it, Bacon, is it you know, we discussed this Glaive can be flexed into the lane, and I personally think Sky functions better in the jungle. You think that's something that we're going to see here?
I think Sky functions better in the jungle if she's going crystal power, but we could very easily see a weapon power Sky in the lane with that crystal utility Glaive in the jungle, which is what I feel.
they weren't exactly the cleanest games. It's not like this glaive was this huge dominating factor that made the game a win, but it is a nice, comfortable flex that these teams are using.
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised that we're still seeing such a prevalence of glaive because of the cooldown nerf to his afterburn, but it's a lot of these teams feeling that the extra 2 seconds isn't enough to get them away from this hero. Like you said, starting to see it a little bit more in the lane. We'll be curious to see if that is something that keeps up as we go forward through this season, but for now, this early jungle start, you can see a little bit of aggression coming out from Immortals. Almost said Hammers because of Pond there having the wrong tag.
Yeah, happens to me all the time.
But they are able to get at least a little bit of an edge in the jungle, and because Rogue was playing a very defensive and passive start.
Yeah, and the Rhyme has a very quick clear speed, so I really like the aggressive play style that we're able to see out of this composition. That's where I feel Immortals really functions the best, is when they're able to get that early game advantage and hold it through. It's been a couple seasons since we've really seen them play for the late game, so that's why I'm really comfortable seeing them on such an early aggressive comp.
All right, so with the actually pressure that Rogue is trying to put on the lane so that they can rotate down into the jungle, I actually really like that. The fact that they just try and shove up the lane, get it to a position where they can rotate down out of the lane together as a team, because they know that Immortals are looking for an opportunity in the jungle. And they say, you know, you're going to make sure you don't have that chance unless you try and fight all three of us.
They do, and I do like how Zio is holding this wave on his side. Since it is a lane glaive on the other side, you know, we do have 2 melee laners. If you freeze the lane on your side, you really prevent that enemy from being able to come up and farm safely, because, you know, if this glaive extends and Rhyme comes up and gets down a root followed up by Sui Generis, has this bright bulwark, it could really spell danger for this glaive that normally has that afterburn to escape and get to safety.
All right, so through the first couple minutes, not too much action thus far. Sibs should be able to take that Treant and just continue on his way through the jungle. And so again, there's a couple of camps getting taken away here by Immortals, but that's really about it as far as any difference in the gold. You can see it's still pretty much dead even.
It is pretty much dead even, and we're really going to have to see how this Idris can play, because, you know, we were discussing that Sky is really good into this Rhyme and the Rhyme is really good into the glaive. It's really going to be pretty heavily on Zio and Sui here, though, because if you allow this Sky to have that free roaming use of her B, if you're allowing her to reposition and avoid damage, then she's just going to make easy work out of your front line. And so Sui's ability to keep this Sky still long enough for Zio to burst her down is going to be huge this game.
And again, I want to go back to what I was touching on during the draft about Idris being such a mechanically, you know, reliant hero. I love the fact that Zio is playing it just because he's a player that we've always talked about in the past. His mechanics, having excellent mechanics on heroes like Vox and Ringo and things like that. If he can get the mechanics of Idris down to a top tier level, this is a hero that he can be very, very scary with.
He sure can, and, you know, we've seen him adapt to multiple heroes in the past, and, you know, Idris definitely, as you were saying, seems right up his alley. You know, he has an incredibly high skill cap, Idris does, but it's a high risk, high reward. You know, you take that risk of it, you know, taking time to master, but when you do master the hero, the reward is just substantial. You know, you get these chakrams down, you know, when you get that breaking point eventually built, you're able to build up stacks very easily, and we see this glaive taking a lot of damage. So is Zio, but Sui Generis is going to be able to heal him up with the sigil, and the poison shiv going to bring Zio back up to full health.
Yeah, kind of interesting that Zio decided to go for the poison shiv as the first item, though, because that is going to delay when he'll be able to get that heroic perk, that weapon path solidified. But for now, some good damage coming out upon the original already. Doesn't even have a completed tier 3 item, but if someone gets caught in the second hit of the spires, the explosion aspect of it, does a pretty hefty amount of damage. So right now, Rogue having to be a bit careful, even though they're underneath their own turret. They don't want to play too far forward.
They don't, and I want to touch base on this, Idris. You were mentioning that going into this poison shiv does it does slow down you unlocking that divergent path. Do you think it's going to be worth it prolonging your divergent path to prevent some of the healing that Ham is going to be able to put out, because he is working into a poison shiv of his own? So being able to mitigate the healing that comes out of this fountain, the barrier that comes out of the Arden, and the healing that's going to come out of this poison shiv once Hammy works towards it. Do you think that's a fair enough trade-off?
I almost feel like because it's the weapon path, it is a fair enough trade-off. If he was trying to go for a crystal Idris, then you absolutely need to get that divergent path as quickly as possible. But right now, it's actually Sibs doing a pretty solid chunk of damage to a Suije there with the forward barrage. All 6 members up here in this lane. Are we going to see any action off that speed boost? No, they're not going to commit to a fight. Thought maybe it looked like they were going for one. Sibs is going to get some good damage down onto Zio. But again, just not enough damage to really stick, especially with a Lyra in their pocket. So it's just going to be more poking, more trading back and forth. Fight could kick off at just about any time.
It could, and we're going to have to see a really heavy engage here out of Hammy. Pan is very low, and there it is right there.
Engages a nice afterburn onto the death from above. That will be first blood, however, going to Pan the original as he stays alive. That's the strength of the Rhyme. They find another kill. Somehow that kill went to, I thought for sure that was going to go over to Dienzio, but it went to Pan, despite the chakram going out and onto Evol there. But what a turnaround fight for Immortals. Able to find 2 kills after the engagement came out from Rogue and looked like they were going to find a kill onto Pan for sure.
I was definitely shocked by that. I thought Hammy was going to secure that kill on Pan, but a very good Winter Spire coming out of Pan gave him enough fortified health to live, and 350 damage coming out on the glaive, enough to kill him and really swing that fight very quickly.
Not only that, but the healing from Sui Generis there was absolutely crucial as well. So really interesting to see. I mean, both of us thought for sure that was going to be first blood to Rogue, but what a turnaround. Instead, it is first blood for Immortals and first turret, getting themselves a pretty sizable gold lead all of a sudden. 8 minutes in, they've got a 3K advantage.
They do, and Sibs has picked up this Frostburn, which I think is really going to be a key item here. Keeping this Rhyme from getting to the sky is going to be huge. If Rhyme is allowed to get a root down on the sky and follow up with a Spire,
Hammy going in again.
Damage,
Lots
and
of damage
going incredibly low.
Zio has to use the ultimate, but he gets out of there. How are Immortals getting out of these situations? Absolutely ridiculous. Now Sibs trying to get any damage onto Zio. He's not going to connect with anything. They're looking for some damage onto Pan. The slow's going to come through, but do they have enough? Zio jumps back over the wall, gets a kill. My goodness, Immortals are playing so confident, and they are playing far better than I think we ever saw them play during the past season.
Definitely very good synergy there out of Sui Generis and Dienzio. We saw Dienzio get incredibly low in that fight, almost dying to the stun from the Arden Gauntlet. He was able to come down, clean up the kill on that middle treant, which gave him that healing buff. He got a little bit of health back from the poison shiv as well, and Sui Generis able to heal him up, to healthy levels, was able to jump the wall and just delete Sibs, from 3/4 of his health.
And using that, the bonus of when you jump, you get that extra shield if you haven't taken, or extra barrier if you haven't taken damage. Absolutely crucial there to get him into the fight and be able to stay alive to find a kill. Now, Poison Shiv, along with Sui Generis' healing, keeping him, they were almost full after he finished off that kill. Really impressive stuff from Immortals early on here.
Really impressive stuff, and we see we already have a level 7 infusion picked up on Dienzio, so very likely going to want to wait until he does hit level 8. We don't have an immediate engage here, so he can get that extra level advantage out of that infusion. They're going to want to push a fight, and then they can really split up, and they can take 2 objectives if they're able to clean up a full ace. But it looks like they're probably going to head over this gold miner. They do have vision in the tri-bush, and they're taking it incredibly quickly.
Yeah, it's going to be an attempted steal, but it's not going to come through. The ultimate was used by Pawn just to secure that gold mine, so they're going to likely want to back off this fight, but Rogue goes in. A nice portal there from Suijay, but doesn't get the team fully out. Dienzio actually gets stunned. However, Hammy is going to go down low as long with Evol. They find Hammy on the wrong side of the map, should be able to chase him down. Actually, Suijay doesn't get the stun down. Now he gets the slow, sorry. Now he gets the slow down, and Dienzio is able to find that kill. 6 kills to 0 in favor of Immortals just 10 minutes into this one, and they're looking to push for more.
Yeah, and how about Pawn on this Rhyme? You know, he is constantly right on the edge of this low to no energy Rhyme, and he's still able, because of his accuracy with these skill shots, they're still able to clean up the fights, even though it's almost like a bait to me. You know, we see Rogue going in, Pawn's low, and, you know, in a matter of seconds, he gets down 1 or 2 spires and just takes somebody off the map.
It's been really impressive stuff. Pawn the original, able to make some plays for Immortals. Definitely, this roster is looking, like I said, you know, the only time I feel like we saw Immortals playing this confidently was at the Unified Championship. And that's something that if they can get this level of confidence while offline, while playing from remote, that is absolutely terrifying for every other team in Vainglory 8, because they are a team that's historically not performed while they are on remote and then show up at live events. If they can perform on remote and then get even better at live events, that's a scary idea.
It is, and you know, this is one of those teams. I think you guys have coined the term offline buff for Immortals. These teams that we see constantly on the edge, and you know, they actually have dropped down into the Challenger Series at this point, but they are looking very good here against this Rogue lineup.
Rogue, also another team that unfortunately was not able to retain their Vainglory 8 spot at the end of the season. So both of these teams, this is a nice little measuring stick for them, perhaps. And so Immortals are going to be happy with what they're seeing. They're still not done, though. They obviously still have to close out this game and win another one to move on here in VISPRO, but making strong strides through these first 12 minutes. They're going to go ahead and get themselves another gold mine, as Rogue really seems to be on the back foot. And I mean, Denominate, what can Rogue do at this stage of the game? What do they have to do in these team fights in order to try and turn them in their favor?
They're really going to have to look for a good fight out of Sibs here. You know, the Glaive and Evol are really kind of just a distraction, repositioning, get some kind of bonus damage down. But it's really going to depend on Sibs. Sibs does have this broken myth now. So if he's able to get in a position where he's able to build up a couple stacks and get that forward barrage down, I think they have a lot of potential to get a lot of damage down. And then Glaive has that bursty kit where if, you know, they do get Sui Generis low, who may be on the front line, low defense Lyra.
Speaking of front line, Suijay jumps on in with the portal, but the team finds a kill. Evol's going to get slowed up. He jumps out, but is it going to be enough? A nice afterburn onto Dienzio will put him into the gauntlet, but they are still chasing hard. Evol is going to get sandwiched here eventually. Nope, he actually makes a nice little movement there and is going to be able to recall out to safety. So Immortals just going to go ahead and settle for a Crystal Sentry. Not a bad consolation prize, eliminating the enemy Sentry. That's going to open up this jungle even more for them.
And you know, that was a really smart play out of Evol there. You know, we were discussing when he was playing in place of Flash the other day that he's just a very smart player in general. Saves the flare, makes an escape over the wall to that tree end, and is able to get out. You know, he's stuck there between both portions of the team and is able to get out. And here's where we really see Sibs trying to get
another Suijay portal in. Sorry to cut you off, but Sibs has been deleted. Now they turn their attention on to him. He's trying to get himself out of dodge with those afterburns, but the slows are too much to deal with, and Immortals are just in complete control of this game. They don't even care about the minions. They're going straight onto this tier 2 turret.
I really thought that fight was going to look good for Rogue there. Sibs was able to get 6 broken myth stacks down very early, and And then the portal came out of Lyra, and Dienzio and Pon were just there, ready to go. They took the hard engage really quick, and just within a second, just took Sibs entirely off the map. And this is kind of the high risk, high reward Sky that we're talking about. Yes, if you get some of those broken myth stacks down, you can get a lot of damage, but we have no defense either. So positioning is everything on the Sky this game.
Well, Immortals 9 kills up with a solid gold lead as well, about 10k in their favor. Kraken is on the map. They could potentially look for another fight. Suijay has been engaging with these portals the last couple of team fights. See if they decide to keep that up. But right now, Pon is up in the lane. So while the team is split, they're not really going to be looking for anything. They get themselves regrouped back together. Now we'll have to see where they try and look for a play to be made.
They are, and this is looking really good for Immortals right now. These past couple fights have just been looking incredibly demanding for them, and now that this Kraken's on the fold, I really think this next fight that we get out of Immortals here, and here they go, and Hammy makes a good escape.
Yeah, that is going to force the Afterburn out of Hammy. I mean, it's much better to go ahead and just use that cooldown, and keep yourself alive, prevent a fight from even starting. And that's going to be all members of Rogue recalling back to base. I don't know if Immortals saw that, but they're going to go ahead and start this Kraken anyway. They've got the vision control in the Rogue side of the jungle to know when they're coming, so that they can potentially look for a fight. When they do, here they come. Are they going to just stick to this Kraken? They are going to go in for the fight, looking to get onto Hammy. Sibs, great positioning, but can he find the damage? Gets a lot down onto Zio, but Dienzio is just staying alive on the back lines. They find 2 kills. Immortals look to be unstoppable in this one.
And this is really risky for Sibs to come down here. He's not full health, not full energy, going into a 1v3, and we've already seen that this Idris is just able to delete this Sky. So Sibs is in a tough situation here. He's gonna, it looks like, just clean up some of his jungle, but he cleans out some vision too. So good use of his time here. He's not able to get anything down on the Kraken, which I think is smart. Huge risk with low reward, really. 3 turrets left in a Kraken, and Immortals just looking like a super strong team that we haven't seen them be in a while right now. I'm not sure there's a whole lot Rogue can do to save this game at this point.
Yeah, not at this stage of the game. It would take a picture-perfect fight just to extend this game at this point. That won't even get them back into it. They would need multiple team fight victories for that. And so, with the Kraken making her way onto this choke point turret, you got to figure Immortals just going to start putting damage on it alongside her. And if they find anyone just a little bit too far forward, see if they pull the trigger on the fight. But there's one turret down. See how they decide to play. This is always interesting to see how teams decide to play while they have Kraken pushing into the base like this in a 3-on-3 situation. Immortal's going to play it a little bit safe, try and avoid taking damage. Now they get around, get onto this turret. Here comes the fight. Hammy goes in, but doesn't really get anyone with the Afterburn. They've got the Dienzio low. He's going to use that ultimate, though, and they find the kill on the Sibs. Now they can just look to clean up Hammy and Evil. Going to see what they can do, but they're going to go down pretty quickly. Dienzio staying alive again on the backside of this fight. The turret is down. Rogue, Hammy tries to get a little bit of healing, but Kraken is still fairly healthy. Dienzio healing so much from Sweet Generous, and they are going to take game number 1 in decisive fashion. 19 minutes. Took a little bit longer than maybe we were expecting after how that early game went, but 12-0, an excellent, perfect game for Immortals in the VIS Pro.
Perfect game all across the board. Nobody dying. Huge gold lead all game long. And I'm really excited to see this Immortals roster really come together. It's a team that we've really seen for years play and always be one of those top contenders, and they just haven't looked that way for a while. So to see them come against another big organization like Rogue and take such a demanding win, that's got to feel good after being on the back foot for so long.
Yeah, and I mean, I really came in strong. I love their draft. these were all situational picks. They definitely clearly have been studying different compositions. They want to try different things. Dio on Idris, Weapon Idris was a great pickup just because it gave him that ability to get pretty deep in these fights and still have a way to get out of those fights. I mean, 12-0, very, very dominant play, but I think Pond the original on this Rhyme. And it's kind of crazy to be saying that so far today, Rhyme and Baptiste are like kind of the big winners so far in these drafts.
Yeah, especially being, what we would consider to be off-meta picks. We really haven't seen these heroes played, with the exception of Baptiste. What I really want to make note of is Pon on this Rhyme did, instead of going for the Halcyon charges, he did go for the Journey Boots. So every single fight, he had that Boots proc up and was able to get to Sibs, get the root down, follow-up damage from Zeo, just took him off the map. And it was just great coordination out of the team.
It really was, and you can see from the beginning to end, really impressed with how they performed. We are getting ready to get into the second draft here in just a few moments, but as we take a look at that, I mean, it was definitely, especially after the second pick, I think the first the first two bans and the first two picks were very conventional to what we've come to expect, but then we saw that Fortress ban, and then we saw Immortals really shift the draft, and I really like it because when they saw that Glaive and then the Arden, that allowed them to say, all right, we can focus this Glaive down. The Glaive will have to be forced to disengage from us. The Sky will have to be careful because you're going to have, if she can't really go into the fight, she's going to constantly have to be on the outside, which gives them a little space to breathe. So overall, very, very nice. Of course, I think the big thing here was the Lyra's Bulwark was perfect into this composition because it gave them that little bit of defense. The Glaive and the Sky couldn't really get into the position, get on top of this Rhyme very easily thanks to the Bright Bulwark.
They couldn't. And, you said you were mentioning that you really like the draft, and that's something that we've really known Immortals for a long time. Back when they competed under Halcyon Hammer's Velocity, we really knew Sui Generis to be just this really smart drafter. And it seemed like it might have fallen apart for a little bit there, but I really like what they were able to bring together today. So I have high hopes for this team.
Oh, yeah, I have high hopes. We'll have to see. Of course, there are some roster additions coming on the team that are exciting as well. T-Tigers joining them, though not playing here today. It's definitely going to be an exciting addition to see how that kind of all forms together. We're about ready to get into this, guys, so let's start talking about game number 2 as we start this draft.
The draft begins.
Some of the things that Rogue could possibly do here, we're going to probably see coming right out the gate as we see it is going to be that Lance ban yet again.
It is the Lance ban right off the bat for the side of Rogue, and a Vox to follow suit. So last draft, I really felt like the Vox ban was targeting Zeo, but maybe it's just these teams really see the power of this Vox when you go with that early game Poison Shiv, shuts down that early game Fountain that you're able to get. It's really hard to say. I mean, I'd like to see a little wider draft come out here, but we do see the Grumpjaw picked up, which gives a huge opportunity for Immortals to pick up that really strong Catherine here.
Oh, absolutely. Leaving Grumpjaw is kind of a risk. We did see it, of course, in game number 1 as well. And I think Rogue picking that Grumpjaw, I think that was a smart move because it gives them that aggression, the ability. I mean, Grumpjaw is very tanky, and it's a great front line.
To clarify, there was no Grumpjaw in that first game.
No, so it was left open, is what I meant. It was
gotcha.
Left open
Okay, I got you.
It was left open, so they didn't pick it, but we see it happening again where Grumpjaw's not being prioritized in that first ban, which was what we've seen in a lot of the games leading into today.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying now, especially with this Catherine being as strong as she is this patch. However, we do see the Lyra come out. I think Catherine is in a good spot that we could potentially see a jungle Catherine still picked up with this Roam Lyra, and that seems to be a pretty deadly combination into a Grumpjaw.
Oh, absolutely. Are just about halfway through the draft, waiting for the second round of bans now to commence. Immortals, they are taking a lot of time.
Taking a lot of time, but again, we really know them as this just very draft coordinated team, and they usually come out winning the draft against no matter who it is. I mean, it's kind of hard to ban against teams like Team Solo Mid and Cloud9, but you can definitely put them on picks where you still have control of the draft. You know, you may allow someone to have, you know, X, but you know that you can get the counter with Y. So.
This is true. Fortress Ban comes out again from Immortals, and we saw this actually when they were on A side. They clearly want to run a composition that obviously is a problem. Now, the thing about Grumpjaw that we saw coming out from in previous games is you do need some crowd control. With the Lyra already picked, I feel like Immortals may need to get is the Glaive, which is a great stun from that Afterburn to help force that Grumpjaw to give up any hero he may swallow. But another crowd control, another stun would be definitely appropriate from Immortals.
It would, and I do like the respect of this Rhyme Bam coming out and seeing how strong Pon was on it last game. So definitely showing that it struck some fear into the hearts of Rogue here. And a Idris follow-up suit, so we're going to see this lane Idris with a Grumpjaw in the jungle.
I like the Arden pickup here. I think Evol is a fantastic Arden, and I think playing with the Idris and the Grumpjaw, Arden gives that speed as well as barrier. You really want to, have that utilized correctly because it can be a great engager, and you're going to want to be engaging with your speed versus trying to jump in there. Now, the ball work is up, but I think both these heroes can get into the fight, get to the back line. Thanks to this Arden pickup. It's going to be an Adagio, which I like. Now, it's not a reliable stun, but that Burst of Judgment, when used correctly, is going to be a great counter to that Grumpjaw coming into the fight.
And I'm not so much sure that they were really aiming for the stun. I think they're going to rely on the Bright Bulwark and the stun from Glaive. What I do like here is the double heal comp into a comp that has a lot of upfront burst damage with this Grumpjaw and this Idris. So I'm going to like the sustain that we're going to see here out of the side of Immortals. And this weapon Glaive and Crystal Adagio together just have so much damage that, yes, this Grumpjaw and Arden make it a very tanky comp, but it's going to be a really dangerous territory for this Idris to dive into the backline.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how it plays out because the Enzio, it looks like, will be playing this Adagio, and there's a lot of damage that comes out of Adagio, and if you let him get fed, he's really going to be hard to get on top of. And the Idris, of course, designed to get on top of you, but it's dangerous. You're going to take all that burn damage on the Idris, and it's a pretty big risk.
Take all that burn damage and using your gap closer to get into the Adagio puts you at a lot of risk because then you don't have that gap closer to get out if that Verse of Judgment does come out. So it's definitely risky. We're going to have to see if Hammy can really fight around the Glaive, maybe potentially build up some stacks before diving onto this backline. Maybe it'll help him take down the Adagio a little quicker. But again, we have this double sustain comp here out of the Adagio and the Lyra.
Yeah, and it's very important to note that the double heal isn't just two supports. That Adagio heal, it's going to be likely a Crystal Adagio, is going to be packing a lot of damage as well. So we are actually getting into this game. To get underway, and I'm excited to see how this plays out. Rogue's got a shot to get back into this, but it looks like right now Immortals are playing with the upper hand.
It does appear so, but I do really like Evol on this Arden. I think he just plays it so well. He has a lot of really well-positioned ults, so hopefully we'll just be able to see Sibs and Hammy pull together the coordination and damage to follow suit.
We'll just have to wait and see. Getting into it, going to kick it back over to you and Tasty Bacon to break down how this whole game's going to unfold.
All right, thank you very much, Dragonborn. We are underway for game number 2, and Immortals again going for an aggressive move here, but I like the adaptation from Rogue, recognizing this is likely to happen. Are they actually going to miss out on their first Treant? They are. That is stolen away by Immortals. Excellent moves there in order to solidify this jungle start. Now we'll see Rogue is going to try and make a move back into the Immortals jungle, but Immortals are rotating and will be spotting Sibs out. So Sibs, he is going to get the very short end of this early game stick.
Very short end, and Pon was able to clean up another Treant out of the jungle there. So taking a lot of damage though. He should be able to rotate down and pretty safely be able to farm his jungle, especially with Sui healing him up here. And we see the respect out of Hammy for the damage that Dienzio is going to be able to put down in the lane. And I really like that early minion candy that we've seen out of Evil. It really got the lane pushed and forced Zio to lose a little bit of farm to this turret. But we're seeing pretty even on the gold. It's a couple hundred right now, and it's not huge, but we are still in the early game.
Very much are still early in this one, but those kinds of starts can actually do quite a bit to set your opponent back, especially if Immortals try and capitalize on it, and Pawn is going to look to do just that. Doesn't steal away the Treant this time around, and so Sibs gets his first CS of the game 2 minutes in, and that's the kind of damage I was talking about you can do. If Pawn had stolen that away, Sibs would still be sitting without a single CS in this game. So that was, again, that early start, just trying to shut down the opposing jungler.
Yeah, and if Sibs didn't get that health treant there, we've seen Sui Generis and Dienzio were already rotating down. If Pawn, the original, would have secured that, I think we would have seen a really heavy jungle engage there out of the team. But having lost vision on this Idris and Arden, it would have been dangerous knowing that Sibs had that health in his back pocket.
All right, so up in the lane, you see Dienzio actually taking a good bit of damage there, but with Lyra and Adagio, not going to be worried at all, because that's going to be healed up pretty much without a doubt. He's already back up to full. Trying to keep his energy up, though, is going to be a little bit more difficult, but obviously you see just charges in, puts down the healing, but Suijay is going to get caught up here a bit. Is the healing going to be enough to keep him alive? Yes, it will. That is unfortunate for Rogue. They thought they had first blood locked down.
And Sui Generis making a great escape there, not giving up that extra bounty here in the early game. And what we can really see when Sui is healthy enough is he can come up out of the bush, get some poke down on Hammy, and then Dienzio can use the heal on him to get his energy back by damaging the minions while they're burning.
All right, so Rogue gonna be still trying to stick around, trying to find a way to get aggressive here with this Grumpjaw. Sib's gonna be finding Pawn, working on this Ancient Treant. Are either of them gonna actually get this before it goes away? It does look like Sibs gets it. So
steal it away.
Well, nice job by Sibs. Now they've got Suijay in a bit of a rough spot. He's gonna go down. He's gonna fall. That is first blood going the way of Sibs, and that will do wonders towards getting yourself back in the game after getting shut out early in the jungle.
Yeah, a huge boost to morale there after being shut out with a perfect game last game to come out, get that first blood, steal that Treant right before it disappears, and take back at least come back into the game. Not a gold lead, we're sitting even on gold, but the mentality of picking up that first blood really has to help.
Absolutely. It's definitely going to go a long way towards restoring any confidence that may have been lost after getting your jungle stolen in the early goings, but that's now pretty much negated entirely. It's just going to be a matter of, will they have enough to deal with the double heal? I feel like because you have an Idris who can go into a poison shiv, as Dienzio just proved last game, they should be able to deal with it, but it's still the execution is going to be what needs to happen for them to pick up a win.
Yeah, and it looks like Hammy is going to go into this Sorrow Blade first, so we're not going to get that utility out as early as I would probably like to see against a double heal comp, especially since it's not just double heal. You also mitigate the health from the fountain. We don't have any barriers or fortified health, but it's really helpful, especially with the attack speed gain that you get from that item, and a huge engage here out of Pawn, getting Hammy down incredibly low. And they may be able to find Evol.
Evol's going to use that fountain and narrowly stay alive. But now can Immortals stick around knowing that the fountain was popped and they have their own still available? They're going to put some damage onto this turret, but here comes Sibs. Are they going to still go for this fight? They are looking for it. Pawn goes under the turret. He's going to go low. There's their fountain used. Can they find any actual kills off of this, though? Not quite going to get Hammy, and Sibs and Evol able to get under the turret as well. So Immortals thought about it, tried to make something happen there, but Rogue, they're not done. They are going right back on in, and Sibs able to find another kill with just a Storm Crown.
Yeah, huge early game damage coming out of this Grumpjaw. He has a lot of base damage on his abilities, so we've seen that. We've seen the A come in and take a decent chunk out, but then the attack speed follow-up from using the Hangry was just enough to clean up Dienzio with that short little bit of a gap close.
All right, so the gap close is strong with Grumpjaw, able to dive in. I mean, honestly, with everyone on the side of Rogue, they have a lot of mobility mid-team fight between Grumpjaw, Idris being able to jump around. Obviously, you have Arden able to throw vanguards onto people. And so it can be tough for them to lock down any one member of Rogue. And that's what the struggle that Immortals has had through these first 7 minutes, is just being able to actually solidify the kill onto a target.
Yeah, and on this Grumpjaw, one of the big things you have to worry about is his A, the Grumpy, it scales with the amount of living armor stacks you have. So if you're engaging with that ability, you get bonus damage per stack as well as the tankiness of that passive. So it's very easy for Sibs to engage and not take a lot of damage and be able to put a lot down in return.
Well, right now, Immortals still sticking to their guns of trying to put pressure on the lane. And it thus far hasn't really worked out for them, but it's a strategy that they obviously feel like is what will work best with their composition. This is going to be Rogue going ahead, taking down the gold miner. No contest there. So that's just a nice, quick and clean, immense gold payout that they're able to pick up.
Yeah, and we see gold starting to accrue in Sib's pocket here, so we're going to see an aftershock come out soon out of him. On the side of Immortals, we're really going to have to see some sort of scaling damage come out of Pawn here. He's going to have to get a breaking point because Sibs is so tanky, the fights are just going to last an incredibly long time, especially having those living armor stacks. It makes Grumpjaw incredibly difficult to kill here in the early game, but as the game progresses, getting that scaling damage down, we're really going to have to see the stun come out safely. You know, Sibs is here at level 7 on this Grumpjaw, going to be able to get these ults down here soon. And if you can pick out this Glaive or the Adagio and get them back underneath turret, that's going to be huge for the side of Rogue.
Absolutely will be. Immortals need to be aware of that, but again, they're also still going to be looking for their own opportunities. Pod is going to get a nice afterburn in onto Hamby. Vanguard's Gauntlet's going to come down. Not in time. Now they can continue trying to chase. Sibs looking to get out to safety, but here comes the Verse is going to stun him up, and that is a second kill. And just like that, Immortals grab the momentum. They're going to try and get underneath this turret, but they didn't quite wait long enough as Pond grabs turret aggro. And are they going to be able to take this turret down without the barrier there? Yeah, one minion in range was enough, and they go ahead, take the turret. And now the gold lead has swung back towards Immortals.
We're still sitting pretty even, but the fountain was used late in that turret push by Sui Generis to save Pawn. You know, Evol dove really heavily onto him, seeing that he was low health. So that is a cooldown that we're now going to see Evol has in 10 seconds and Sui Generis doesn't have for another 30.
Yeah, it's a tough window to find an opportunity. We'll see if Rogue tries to push it. They do have infusions up as well, but look at the difference in infusions. Level 7 infusions for Sib and Hammy, whereas Pon has the level 9, although Dienzio is on a level 7 as well. But it's Pon the original sitting at level 9 is now level 10, highest level in the game. But it's interestingly that Dienzio is only 7, whereas Hammy is at 9. So that's a pretty sizable experience advantage Hammy's been able to get, but it just hasn't really been able to amount to a CS lead or anything of the sort.
I think the experience lead that we really have out of Hammy here is we see him rotating down to Sib's backs with him more frequently that we're seeing Dienzio do. And there's just more experience in the jungle, and that's why we have Pon ahead here, and then Hammy and Sibs are both sitting at level 9. The level 9 infusion coming out. Oh, we got a fight starting up here on the gold miner, gonna be contested.
Oh, that's going to be Sibs eating up a member of Immortals. That's the Enzio. Jung going to get spit out. Now the fight, the big verse will get stuns. And that is the Enzio able to find a kill before he goes down. Now Pan and Suijay are going to be able to finish off Hammy as well. I didn't quite see who actually got the gold miner during all that commotion.
Hammy on the Idris was able to secure the gold miner with a chakram while he was stunned by the glaive.
Oh, man. Well, at least they got that. But still 2 kills going the way of Immortals means that they're going to have the opportunity to get a little bit of extra jungle gold. Not going to be enough to equal the gold miner payout that Hammy secured for his team, but it is still at least something. And now one thing I want to ask about the nominate is this build from Hammy. How do you feel about this late tension bow?
You know, it's been under debate for a lot of players that, you know, this tension bow, it might be worth building late because it did receive a little bit of a buff to its pierce. However, tension bow really works the best the earlier you get it in the game because it always does the same amount of damage. So the lower total health pool a hero has, the more effect your tension bow has. Mm-hmm. It's the exact opposite of an aftershock, for example. You know, the more health the aftershock has, the more damage you get. So getting an early tension bow, I think, really would have changed some of these fights. But again, the pierce, we do see a lot of armor coming out of the side, so it might not be a terrible late pickup. It's just I would like to see it a little bit earlier.
I almost feel like if you're going to go for the tension bow late, you should try and save up and get a bone saw instead.
Yeah, those stacks do accrue really quickly on the bone saw, especially on Idris. When you have this poison ship bone saw, you're able to get a lot of attacks down really quick. And it looks like Sibs might be trying to set up a sneaky play here.
It looks like they want to, but they're going to spot out Immortals. Pan waiting just over the wall just in case they tried to engage. Didn't end up happening, so both sides just back off a little bit. Look at the gold. It is dead even between these teams, 13 and a half minutes in. This game could absolutely go either way. I think the next team fight's going to do a lot towards dictating how the rest of the game is going to go. Speaking of that team fight, here we go. This is going to be the Grumpjaw jumping in, doesn't use the stuff yet, does use it there, gets the Enzio. As soon as he's out, though, comes the verse. Not going to be enough to get a kill, but they do find actually Hammy, and now Sibs goes down. The Enzio somehow stays alive. Pan and Suijay going to be chasing down Evil. This will be an ace. Immortals looking to take control of this game.
Indeed they are, and I think we're going to see another turret pushed here. Instead of taking this gold mine, they may take it on the rotation back. These fights are looking really good. Glaive is doing a good job of standing between D'Enzio and Sibs at all times, which is really allowing D'Enzio to get a lot of damage down. You know, he's able to heal Pan back up after he takes a little bit of that upfront damage, which gets the heal down or the Gift of Fire burn down, which amplifies the damage that D'Enzio is allowed to get down with his Agent of Wrath.
And the Verse of Judgments have been very strong coming out of D'Enzio as well. Even though he's getting eaten by that stuffed ability from Sibs pretty much every fight, the moment he comes out, he's channeling that ultimate and getting the damage down. Interesting from Sibs that he didn't actually maximize stuff. That's something that we normally see from this crystal utility Grumpjaws, because they want to be able to use that ability as frequently as they possibly can. So curious decision there from Sibs.
I think I see the idea behind it is if you get the lower cooldown on your Hangry, you're able to spam that proc from the Aftershock a little more frequently. But that last fight we actually saw Pan was the one that got eaten by that Hangry, which is allowed Zio to get the Verse of Judgment off at a dual time.
Well, right now, again, Immortals in a position where they could potentially look for a fight. That's going to be Sibs going in. He eats up Pan once again, but as soon as he comes out, this fight is going to go off. There's a beautiful gauntlet. Is that going to be enough? The healing comes out onto D'Enzio, and now he's got the damage. Pan is just melting through targets as well. Burst of Judgment is going to stun up Sibs under the turret. He will fall, and it's just Pan chasing down Evil. I don't see him getting away from that one. He is going to get afterburned, Tries to run, but the slow from Suijay will catch him. And that is another kill and an ace once more for Immortals. You've got Dienzio pushing these ace buff minions. He's going to take that turret. Meanwhile, his teammates working on the Kraken.
Indeed, and there's a good split push here. You know, we see this ace wave. The double ace wave is going to come and take down this turret pretty easily. Hammy is going to be forced to fight off these minions. He's going to make quick work of them, but Dienzio is cleaning up a lot of gold and gold here in the jungle, sitting on 2,400 gold with this Kraken about to be secured.
All right, so Kraken unleashed in favor of Immortals. And with one strong push, they could end this game and this series in a 2-0 fashion. Will Rogue be able to mount a comeback? They're going to try to do so as Kraken makes her way down the lane.
Kraken is marching down the lane indeed with only 2 turrets left, only the Vayne turrets left. So if Immortals can make a really strong push here and get somebody down early, they could easily close out the game. But I think Rogue has a high potential here. Teams tend
they're
to
looking for the fight. That's going to be Sibs jumping in, gets the stuff onto Dienzio this time. That could be big. They're trying to take advantage of it, but now he's out. Burst comes out. If they get the kill onto Pon, that could be massive. Dienzio is trying to kite away. He will do so, but now they have to return their attention to this Kraken who's about to finish off the first turret. Sui Generous and Dienzio. Will they try and be a distraction? Will they try and solve it out? Doesn't look like it. They're actually just going to go ahead and clean up the jungle. So this will allow Rogue to finish off the Kraken without losing both of their turrets at least.
Yeah, and like I was saying, you know, once teams get the Kraken, they really need to focus a little better on where their positioning is. We've seen there was a gap that was just left open where Sibs was able to dive the backline incredibly quickly and take Dienzio out of the fight. And that allowed him to get a lot of damage down really quick on the original. So really, really well played from Rogue there. It's not a huge gold swing. You know, we've been pretty even this game on gold, but it's got to help your morale. When you're playing on the back foot like that and the Kraken is marching down the lane, it's got to feel good to be able to clean up that kill and get the Kraken down and still have a turret left to show for it.
Yeah, that turret does not have a lot of life left on it, but it is still there, and that's what's important. Right now, everyone kind of grouping up here near the middle. Going to be interesting to see if Suijay decides to use those portals aggressively as he did in game number 1, but he's really been saving them for the most part for when the gauntlet comes down, just to provide an extra way out of the gauntlet without getting stunned for his team, which I've been a pretty big fan of seeing. And so as of right now, Immortals, they see an opportunity. They've got themselves rotated beyond Rogue, and Rogue will have to recall in order to prevent this push from just ending the game. But now they're kind of caught. That's aggressive portals in. They get the stun on to Sibs. Sibs will eat Pon, but that is not the target he was hoping for there. He is going to... Actually, nice dodge there from Hammy, dodging out the First of Judgment with his own ultimate, but it's just not going to be enough to keep him alive. 2 kills and just Evol remaining. Crystal Sentry's going to do what it can to try and help out, but it's just not going to be enough. Pon, actually, it's going to be Dienzio that finishes off the kill for the ace. And with minions already on the turret, that will be game, set, and match going to Immortals.
And Immortals looking really, really strong in these games. I like the addition of Pon to this roster. And I do think we're going to see them rotate Pon and T-Tigers back and forth as this tournament goes on. I think it brings a level of surprise to the table. You know, we see Pon really accelerating on a couple of heroes, and we see T-Tigers really accelerating on a couple of heroes. So I think it gives them a degree of being unpredictable, and that's something they can really use to their strength.
Absolutely is. And I mean, both of these teams, they had upsides and downsides in this game, but I think you really have to be impressed with Immortals. After the season that they were coming off of, making some roster changes, they looked to be really in control in game 1 throughout the entire game, and in game 2 once we got to about the 12, 13, 14-minute mark, they really were able to take over and just looked so strong. The bright future for Immortals as they try to get their way back into the Vainglory 8 in a few weeks. But for now, their VISPRO run will continue.
Absolutely, guys. As we wrap up this second series, Immortals dominant victory, and when you look at it, just overall consistent play. Their second draft a little bit more approachable, conservative. I think that when you get handed the double heal like that, we're starting to see a resurgence of it. Actually, Tasty. There was a time period where it was dominant and then it dwindled, and now you're starting to see when teams have that opportunity in the right circumstances, they will take it, and it still seems to be very effective when played correctly. So we are going to be taking a quick break, everybody, as we get ready for our third and final series of the night. And it actually is getting started. I believe the draft is almost done. So when we come back, we'll actually be jumping right into it. We'll probably be able to jump into the draft just to show you guys the results of it. But we'll be getting into the game, of course, momentarily after the quick break. We'll see you guys. Don't go anywhere. It is going to be our third series of the night. You're not going to want to miss it. NRG going up against Lost in the Echo. See you in a bit.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
everybody, welcome back. We are getting ready for this, and actually, we actually are just starting the draft right now.
The draft
It
begins.
is game number 1, so you guys haven't missed anything. I'm going to kick it right into the draft as we look to take underway here. This is going to be, of course, game number 1 between Energy and Lost in the Echo. And, Tasty Bacon and Denominator are here to break it down, and we are now getting ready for that first draft from NRG.
All right. So, Lost in the Echo, a team that we don't really know much about at all. But NRG, obviously, formerly Giraffes, making it through the Challengers last season, last split, and into the Vainglory 8. So you get one of our first looks at them under this new organization. But going to be having to make sure they show up strong here in their first game of VISPRO, because that wouldn't look too good if you're a brand new Vainglory 8 team and you lose to this team that is pretty much unknown in Vainglory in Lost in the Echo.
Yeah, they do have a lot of top tier players here on Lost in the Echo that have been kind of pulled from other teams as teams get picked up. So I do think they have a lot of talent, and I'm actually pretty interested in this draft. We see the Idris taken out in this first ban, followed with the Vox, which we've seen be a pretty common ban with the prevalence of the Poison Shiv Tension Bow build or Poison Shiv Sorrow Blade, just depending on how the game's going. And a Glaive and Arden are the first 2 pickups. How are you feeling about this draft so far, Bacon?
Definitely curious. I'm fine with the. Actually, it's really just the Idris ban that has me kind of scratching my head. But obviously, we've seen Idris have some really strong showings, so they just decided they don't want to deal with it, and that's going to be Kestrel now taken off the board as well. Smart to take Kestrel away from NRG, as they are a team that they have played quite a bit of Kestrel themselves. Ozo now going to be the ban.
Not really sure about this draft. I don't know if this is. It could be a just really good draft strategy. So what I've seen some teams do sometimes is you may do what you might be considered a throwaway ban, and what that does is it leaves a lot of powerful picks on the table. So we see this Baron picked up, which is a very powerful laner. But was that left open for you to bait out the pick where they can now counter it? Is really what the strategy is starting to look like.
Yeah, I have a feeling that they banned away the Ozo, like you said, just to be a throwaway ban, so that there's more options available to them when it comes back to their 2 picks. They're going to grab the Taka here, which can do very well into Baron, has the ability to jump in, get an Atlas Pauldron down without being spotted, and can really interrupt someone like a Baron from being able to get that hyper carry status that he's going to look for. Also, early game picks against Baron tend to be fairly strong as well, because Baron is so late game focused most of the time.
And he's incredibly slow too, so I really like this Glaive pickup
He's
too.
the slowest move speed in the game.
Yes, he absolutely is. Every time I play him, I'm like, I need to get back to the lane. So I do like seeing that this Taka and Glaive are together, and I'm not really sure what happened here in the draft, but it looks like it is timed out. I know we've had a couple issues with people not being able to lock in on the draft client, so
the draft begins.
Get it restarted here and see what this last pickup is for the side of NRG.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes we do run into some technical issues with the draft client, and they're working it out. So I think once summer season does kick off, this will be a much more stable platform. And one of the things we look forward to, really, I think, is the implementation of penalties for draft timing. But right now, there just simply are none.
They are not indeed. So as we get back into this draft, we'll have to see what the third pickup is for NRG to see if this is going to be yet another lane Glaive, or if this Glaive is going to be flexed into the roam position.
All right, so hopefully Lost in the Echo got the memo.
Well,
I just saw B-side disconnect and reconnect, so
yeah, so hopefully they're back in here and can get the draft going.
Yeah, we may need another restart of the
The
draft
draft begins.
just to try and get this going. But see, maybe this time.
Might have to bring out the pencil and paper.
Does seem like there's some issues with some of these players. All right, we are going to have to take a quick pause here as we try to sort this out. It does seem to be a technical issue where the players are
The
struggling
draft
to
begins.
utilize the draft client. So we'll sort that out here in just a few moments. So you may hear a little bit of draft starts here as we look to try to get it restarted.
Do you
The
see an
draft
A side
begins.
connected is a good sign?
There we
Okay,
go.
got one ban. Now B side, hopefully.
Hopefully everybody remembers what they're banning and picking. Would be ideal.
Well, we do have a delay on stream, although I think we already had restarted enough that that delay is gone. So I mean, there's no way to take a look at that.
Right, and we do got a B side reconnected here, so hopefully we can get rocking and rolling.
Seems to be just a major issue here. B-side unable to perform to get in and keep getting a thumbs up, and then still doesn't seem to be working. All right. Unfortunately, still not working for the team. I'll try to get this
The
restarted.
draft begins.
Hopefully one more time as we look to get back into this game.
Well, as we wait. Oh, never mind. It looks like we're getting the ball rolling here.
Still
Hopefully.
waiting
Hopefully.
on.
How are you guys enjoying this newest patch so far?
Let us know in chat how you like the draft, the new patch, the changes. Here's the new skins. How about those new skins?
Oh, that Lance skin. Oh, I really don't like playing captain, but when I do get stuck playing it, I actually enjoy it now. I have fun playing this new Lance skin. It's so colorful. It's just such a beautifully well done skin, but you know, it's I try to push it into the jungle position as much as I can.
See, I've never been a fan of playing Lance, which makes me really upset because I love the skin. And I'm just like, but I don't want to play Lance. But
You
I
gotta
want to
try
use
it
that
though.
skin.
You gotta try it though, because it really gives you an invisible buff. You just feel so strong with the skin. You feel so strong with the skin that I feel like it makes you a better Lance.
All right. Well, how about there's also a couple skins have been announced now. You've seen the previews for those.
Yeah, we did see the Deathless Rhyme. Pretty interesting. Seen a little bit of a Game of Thrones reference there.
He's got some new lore out for that, but the Sky and the Kashka.
The Sky and the School Days Kashka is something that the community really wanted to see. We've seen a little bit of it teased when they were doing a lot of the School Days splash art. And then there was no School Days Kashka after we could see her. It was such a tease. And then they just decided, you know what? You guys wanted it. We'll give it to you. So SCMC has always been pretty good about listening to the community. And I think it was a good way for them to capitalize.
Yeah, able to. I mean, it gave her a little bit of a makeover from what the teaser we had seen in the other splash arts, but I am all for it. I think the new skin's going to look really good. The splash art certainly looks nice. Obviously, the Vainglory art team doing phenomenal work as always.
Oh, and that short little video that we got for the transformation of Sky, that was pretty neat too.
The 80s retro vibe, absolutely loved it.
80s retro vibe, and I'm a huge motorcycle fan myself, so super, super cool to see that get brought into play.
All right, guys. So a little bit of an update here. The other team was just not able to use the client. It just doesn't seem to be working for them. So we are going to be performing the draft in chat. We'll give you an update on what that ends up looking once it's complete. So it's going on. You guys can keep talking, and I think what we'll do is once this is completely done, we'll be able to get into it. It does look like all the bands are done, though, so we can kind of start talking about that.
Yeah, I think we touched on the bands pretty well. We've seen the Idris and the Ozo band away from the side of NRG, where we were talking about, these feel like very throwaway bands to bait the enemy into picking something so that you can follow suit with a counter. We're going to have to see if that strategy works out, though. So, once we get into this game, we were super excited to see this Taka and Glaive into the Baron. And it looks like we're getting to the part of the draft where we're going to see what this third pick is out of the side of NRG here.
Yeah, so definitely a huge apology to everybody. So we're not going to be able to watch it. We'll try to sort out that draft issue in the next game as we get started. But, for this one anyways, we are forced to go the old-fashioned way, which, when we first implemented double band draft, and Tasty, you might remember this, in VIS, it was done in the chat. And it was a matter of me trying to display it while it was happening. It was very, very hectic. And, of course, all of this was kind of coming together, like, within, hours of stream of how we were going to implement it, changes from SCMC. So it's definitely kind of exciting.
And for some of us old school people, this is just how draft used to be. This is when the whole idea of draft back in VGL and in early days of VIS was introduced. We didn't have beautiful draft clients like we do now. And thank you to the couple people from the community that did help set up that double band draft client. So definitely exciting to see. Some beautiful splash art too. How about that? How about the Storm Queen there?
Oh yeah, I mean it definitely done a good job with implementing. Unfortunately, not today. It's something that obviously is being problematic, but we'll get it sorted out pretty soon.
Right.
As we look to get, it looks like we got one last pick to go, and then we'll be getting into this first game.
One last pick to go, and it does look like the third pick for NRG is going to be a Jewel, and the third pick for the side of Lost in the Echo is going to be a Grumpjaw.
And with that,
all right.
The draft is done. We are ready to get going.
Yep, so we'll get in the game here and see where these picks end up going. I definitely think we're going to see Bradley on this Glaive. Think there was a misclick there. Yeah, so I think it's going to be Bradley on this Glaive. Juan Hernandez very likely going to be picking up the Jewel for the lane. Or I mean the Taka for the jungle, and Lightning T going to be picking up the Jewel for the lane. And we'll just have to see how Lost in the Echo plays this out. It looks like Gorilla's going to be... actually, it is going to be Lightning T in the jungle.
Yeah, very interesting. That Lightning T will be hopping down into the jungle, likely with then Juan Hernandez up in the lane. I mean, he's been playing a bit in the lane. Like when they've picked up Kestrel, they usually put it on Juan Hernandez up in the lane. It's a team that is very flexible in terms of their positioning, so they are going to be going ahead, having that Captain Glaive. Meanwhile, on the side of Lost to the Echo will be Gorilla in the lane on that Baron, and Bang Laner in the jungle. And it will be then Yugi XD in the captain position. So, again, big opportunity for Lost in the Echo to make a statement against a Vainglory team here in VISPRO.
And I do actually kind of like this Baron pick into the Jewel, and a little bit on Jewel herself, is she doesn't have any armor from the back. So she has a lot of upfront defense against this Baron, but if you get in a position where Jewel turns and Baron's able to get the jump jets down, we could see a lot of really quick damage coming out of Gorilla here.
Yeah, very much could. If this game goes late, you got to figure it's going to favor the side of Lost to the Echo. But look at Juan Hernandez, what he started with, a crystal bit in the inventory. Are we going to be getting a CP Jewel here in VISPRO?
We indeed could. I do think it is possible to see the CP Jewel. I think I personally would like to have seen the CP Taka into this Baron a little more. We'll just have to really see how they play it. I think the CP Jewel does have a lot of potential where you really don't want Baron to live very long in these fights. So it does make sense that if you are able to get a good stun down and follow it up with a big red button, you could really prevent Gorilla from being able to do much in the fights.
It's definitely a tricky situation, but we'll have to see how it works out. Right now in the lane, going to be some good damage going down onto Juan, but Bradley comes in after burns a minion. That is not an ideal play if you are a glaive.
It is not, and we do see the players really liking these charms, and I think they're super fun to watch. I'm really excited to see where this Jewel goes, though. We haven't really seen Jewel too much in the meta as a crystal power hero. We've seen it run a couple times, I think specifically by EU as like a lane weapon hero. So it'd be pretty cool to see, if we could really get the activations of these big red buttons down correctly.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely crucial. Are those big red buttons going to hit? 'Cause it's really, if this does go to be a full-on crystal Jewel, actually hold that thought, because Bradley is getting chased down. He will end up falling to the Arden for first blood. And Lost in the Echo, they strike first.
They do strike first. Unfortunately, they were able to get the first blood. However, it did go on to the Arden, which is not really your most ideal target, especially with this Baron really wanting to make it to late game. That 200 gold here in the early game would have been really nice to get this Baron up and rolling.
It really would have been, but unfortunately, the first blood gold goes over to Yugi. Never ideal to get the first blood bonus on to a captain, but at the end of the day, it's just better to make sure that your team gets that first blood and not your opponents. So kills secured there for Yugi, but Juan Hernandez looks like it is going to be the full-on CP Jewel. So as we were talking about, those big red buttons going to be absolutely crucial, because really once you use that ultimate, there isn't a whole lot else that the Jewel is able to provide for a team fight. So it's a huge impact if it connects, but it's a high risk, high reward playstyle.
It is indeed, and it looks like we're going to be this tension bow coming out very early on Gorilla here, so getting a lot of that pierce damage built here in the early game is going to be nice. We were talking about how that Jewel has a lot of armor and shield in the front and sides, so it's going to help him get through some of that. Doesn't really... I'd like to see him get the proc down on the Taka, though, because it is a much lower health target. And we do see Taka committing to this weapon power build, and it looks like he's going to be going for a Sorrow Blade first.
Yeah, so the Sorrow Blade on Taka versus a Tension Bow on Baron. That's a pickup we really don't see very frequently, is Baron with a Tension Bow. And, we touched on it last game about the effects of the Tension Bow early on. And so maybe just really trying to get this Baron through the early game where he can struggle due to being relatively weak by going for that early damage. And
I do like the direction that Gorilla is going here with this. It looks like he's going to build into a Serpent's Mask. And the reason I really like this, and we do see him rotate down here to get the ambient gold, the reason I like this is they're going into a triple melee comp. So what the Baron gains out of this Serpent's Mask that it looks like he's building towards is... Oh, and I didn't even notice that we have Yugi dying here in the lane. So very good pickup kill by Juan Hernandez. That's where you want to see the gold going on this Crystal Jewel. Taka jumping straight to the back line. Is he going to be able to clean up Baron? He is
Not quite.
Oh, just barely. The bleed does not clean him up, and that is going to be Lightning T dropping on this Taka, giving
now
over a little bit of
big
gold.
stuff there from Bang Laner. As he pulls Juan Hernandez underneath, tries to rocket leap out, will get to safety, at least temporarily. They're going to try and chase this down. Bang Laner doesn't quite connect with that Hangry, but he's just going to keep chasing. Finally gives up the chase as Juan Hernandez activates the boots.
Yeah, Juan Hernandez is making a good escape, and he has picked up this Frostburn, so that's going to help really keep the targets inside of the big red button once he gets it. So I'm really excited to see this. So the benefit is that you're not going to be able to really kill this Grumpjaw. He is super tanky when he has 5 stacks, but Gorilla is not building any defense, so he's going to be really exposed for the damage this Jewel's able to put out.
It absolutely can be, but at the moment, Juan Hernandez going to be recalling, has just the Frostburn for now, did just hit level 6, so does finally have that big red button available. This is what this entire build is all about. So we finally will get to see perhaps some plays looking to be made here by NRG.
They do, and level 6 is a huge spike for both the Taka and for this Jewel. So we see Lightning T, level 7 getting around to level 8. Level 8 is another nice spike for the Taka, though. Once you're able to get that Kaiten overdrived, you reduce the energy cost of your kit. And so with the Taka having low cooldowns, using his abilities to get in and out of the fights really quickly, conserving energy on this weapon Taka is going to be huge because we don't have that energy regeneration from the Storm Crown.
Well, without the energy regen, is it going to be able to stick around in these fights? I mean, if you can find kills quickly enough, then you don't really have to worry about it. And as of right now, there's no defense being built on anyone other than Yugi. So the potential to quickly take a target out is there, but that's going to be a stuffed connecting onto Bradley. They spin him out onto the turret. Here comes the fight. Big red button is actually only going to just barely hit Bang Laner because the kill came through so early. But now, can they look for more? They're actually just going to look for damage on the turret for now. And finally, they jump in onto Bang Laner, get the second kill. Yugi XD on the run, but there's so much damage from NRG. They're going to find that kill. However, no ace coming through because Gorilla did respawn. But that is a big swing for NRG as they're going to work on this turret. Gorilla is here to try and push them away, but the fountain comes out, and that will be the first turret destroyed in favor of NRG.
It is the first turret, but can we see a kill picked up here by Gorilla? He does not have his jump jets available. He used it to try to engage on the Jewel, so I think Bradley's going to make it out safe, and the ion cannon does come down a bit wide, and Bradley's going to be able to make it out. Huge wave here, though, for Gorilla. Juan Hernandez should be able to clean it out pretty quickly. The Crystal Jewel is able to get a lot of damage down as these minions line up, and it looks like Gorilla is just going to back off and come help his team collect this immense gold payout.
All right, so there is going to be that nice little payout picked up, and will it be enough for them, though, to really make up for that play that just happened? They're still about 1,000 gold behind, 4 kills to 2 in favor of NRG. And you see Bradley actually, look at this, Fountain of Renewal and an Aftershock denominate. They are looking for all-out damage.
They're indeed looking for all-out damage, but even as this roam glaive, I do like the Aftershock because the cooldown utility glaive has been such a strong pick in the past. I really love it into this Baron. Having that Aftershock up so often is really going to help you take control of these fights, and that's what we have seen them do. The burst damage that they're able to get down on this Baron between the Taka and the Aftershock from Bradley has just been amazing. And we, in the fights that we've seen, we haven't even seen the big red button be needed to finish off the kill, which is huge.
Well, we've only gotten to see the big red button come out once, but it's going to have a lot more punch behind it now with a broken myth completed. There it goes. It's going to just get fired off. I'm not a huge fan of that, but we'll talk about that later because right now the fight is still going on. The gauntlet will get a stun onto Juan Hernandez. They're going to get the afterground to Gorilla. Here comes the fountain, but Bradley has already dropped. Lightning T is super, super low. He will fall. Can they chase down Juan Hernandez, though? Got 2 seconds on that rocket leap. He's just gonna charm and jump away. Gets under the turret, but Bang Laner still trying to chase this down. Don't think he has the movement speed to finish off this kill, and that will be an escape for Juan Hernandez.
It is an escape, but this should easily be first turret, and we see this Baron really starting to build up some damage here. Almost 500 damage on these criticals, and he does get that AoE splash, and you know, with Lightning T, Bradley, and Juan Hernandez all being on melee heroes, they are very subject to that splash damage.
Well, nice fights from the members of Lost in the Echo and trying to make a statement here against NRG. If they can find more fights like that, they're going to be doing pretty well for themselves. But I want to go back to this broken myth on Juan Hernandez. I personally am not a fan whatsoever of broken myth on a CP Jewel, and we just saw why. Juan Hernandez is looking to fire off that big red button the moment he has an opportunity, even if that means at the start of a fight. He used the big red button, which is all of his damage, without any stacks of broken myth, and that just, it really kind of diminishes the impact that the item can have, especially because there is no shield really built on your opponent carries.
I can see it being useful when used early in a fight if you do have a good opportunity where the whole enemy team is lined up. That's really going to force a fountain very quick and allow this Taka and Glaive to get in. And again, we just see it used really early without a whole lot of reward. You know, nobody was lined up. You really missed the damage down on everybody. And wow, the damage coming out of this team right now. This is looking really good for Lost in the Echo.
Yeah, absolutely is. They find one kill there. Not going to look for any more underneath this turret. Yugi is actually going to drop to that turret shot, but now Gorilla, big damage onto Lightning T, tries to jump away. The double shots are going to find a kill. That's a stuffed on to Bradley. He's going to have to burn away, but will it be enough? One more jump jets over the wall should get him into targeting, but I don't know if he knows that Bradley is there, because he could have just thrown a porcupine mortar onto Bradley and gotten that kill. Very unfortunate for Gorilla. But like you mentioned, Denamine, things are looking good for Lost in the Echo.
It is looking very good for Lost in the Echo. As this Baron comes more and more online, it looks like we got another Tyrant's Monocle coming out here from Gorilla, and we already see the huge damage he's able to put out. No defense, though, and this is where it's going to be huge. If Gorilla can continue to position himself well around the fights, I think Lost in the Echo has a great chance of coming out on top in this game. But if he's able to get singled out by Lightning T and Juan Hernandez and really get a good big red button down is going to be the key. I could see it going either way. I feel at this point in the game, the win condition for the side of Lost in the Echo is just so much easier to achieve with the mobility they have.
It really can be, but right now, looking for perhaps another fight, as everyone is kind of grouped up here around the gold miner. 1 minute left before Kraken spawns and takes the gold mine away. So we'll see if either of these teams decide to try and make a play, but it doesn't look like it. Looks like they're both just going to be backing off for now, although NRG looks like, nope, they're not going to go for it. It looked like they might have been thinking about it, but they're trying to get a position where this big red button can hit multiple targets set up, and you have to give credit to Lost in the Echo. They know that that's going to be the strategy coming out from this Crystal Jewel, and they're doing a good job of making sure they don't get caught in any unfavorable positions.
Exactly, and we do have the Arden and the Grumpjaw, which are going to be able to provide a lot of harass for this Jewel. If you get the one thing you really can do as this Arden is if you do see the big red button come out, you can drop the gauntlet to land right behind her and she'll stun herself. And a big gauntlet coming out here and a huge, that's where we want to see the big red button, is getting down on this Baron. Gorilla unfortunately was jumping straight back out of the fight. Juan Hernandez immediately recognizing that was able to put it down right where Baron was going, and all of the damage came through right where it needed to be.
Oh, that's another big rocket leap on to the final target. Yugi going down for the ace, and NRG grabbing control of this game.
They are indeed, and with Kraken here on the board, I think this is going to be taken very quickly. We see Bradley has this Aftershock. It's going to let them get a lot more damage down quickly. And, we're even on turrets now, and we do see this Baron alive. However, he does not have an ion cannon available to try to steal this Kraken.
All right, so we'll see if he's going to even make the effort. Not at all. Kraken unleashed, and NRG now with a great opportunity to try and make some progress. Don't know if they'll be able to close out the game unless they can win a very strong, decisive team fight, but they are definitely in position to get at least a couple of turrets down.
They are, and I'd like to see Juan Hernandez able to pick up a good I'm not Englishing right now. I'd like to see another big red button come down on Gorilla. It's really your win condition is dependent on this Crystal Jewel able to get that ultimate down accurate. If you miss that big red button, a majority of your damage from your entire team is going to be missing.
Well, Kraken will get one turret down, and NRG looking for any more here. Kraken's taking a lot of hurt already, though. And so Lost in the Echo doing a good job of defending this Kraken push. If they can get away with only losing one turret, that would actually be a big advantage for them. Big red button comes out, gets a lot of damage onto Gorilla. Not quite enough to take him down. Kraken will finish off this choke point turret, though. And that was big. But now here comes Lost in the Echo trying to find a fight. Lightning T's going to get a little bit of damage taken, but not enough to go down. Ooh,
huge damage out of this Baron.
Starting to really hurt.
But fortunately he does have an Atlas Pauldron, so he should be able to get on the backline pretty easy when they're fighting on fair ground and get the Atlas down. However, I've noticed Gorilla's doing a really good job. Once that Taka does dive, he immediately uses his jump jets to get out of the fight. And that's what's making it really difficult for Juan Hernandez to get a good big red button down here, because the Baron is constantly moving away from this Taka.
With Kraken taking out that choke point turret, though, there is going to be an opportunity now for NRG to try and make some more plays. The base is opened up to them. But again, with this Baron being at the point he's at, it can be risky. I'm a bit surprised that Gorilla has not gone for a breaking point at all, because that's usually one of the core items on a Baron, is to get that damage stacking up, because you can do so much in such a rapid succession. But it's just going for full-on crit, the double Iron Monocles with the Serpent's Mask in order to try and help keep him alive. And thus far, it's been a pretty back-and-forth game. You look at the gold, it's only a couple hundred separating these two teams. The Namine, who
actually
is
pretty dead even right now.
How is this going to break open? Like, what does each team have to do in order to get themselves the advantage in these team fights?
I think we've already discussed the win condition pretty heavily for the side of NRG here. These big red buttons have to land. If you miss the big red button, then the fight is not going to go your way. The Taka just doesn't have enough continuous damage, aside from his upfront burst, to finish anybody off. I do want to touch base, however, on, you were saying the breaking point is usually one of the items that we see on Baron. And I think this game would have been one of the particular ones to see, especially right there. We see the splash damage, and Gorilla's just not able to build any stacks off of it. Huge damage, though, coming in, taking Bradley out. Juan Hernandez forced to disengage over the gauntlet. That was a good fight for the side of Lost in the Echo. And here we see the Baron immediately jumping away from the Taka as soon as he jumps in again.
All right, well, they are going to be getting the Crystal Sentry for their efforts, as well as those two kills. And now starting up Kraken Lightning T will be the only chance for NRG to stop this Kraken take, but he is going to be recalling, wants no part of that. Probably the wise decision. And now it will be Lost in the Echo with their chance to make an impact with the Kraken. Almost exactly the same situation. They heavily damaged tier 2 turret, and the Kraken now making its way into the base.
And I noticed in that last fight, I hadn't even realized yet, I seen Gorilla do a lot of damage to Bradley. This Roamglaive does not have any armor built yet, which is allowing him to get deleted from these fights, but we have an Echo, and I'm not really seeing where the Echo on this glaive is going to be useful. Once you have the Afterburn Overdriven and this Aftershock, it's really not a long cooldown. So do you really need that Echo use on the Aftershock?
I mean, it's an interesting decision, but either way, the fight is breaking out. Oh, Gorilla's going to get jumped on, but gets a lot of damage down. I think he blocked the Atlas Pauldron as well. Big red button comes through, doesn't find any kills, and now what are they going to be able to do on energy? Looks like all they're going to be able to do is just, well, they pick up one, but that is going to be it, as it is now with Bang Laner, Yugi XD, and the Kraken. The turret goes down. Lightning T is doing what he can to try and keep this game alive, but 1 versus 2 with a healthy Kraken is just not going to cut it. And Lost in the Echo take game number 1 off of NRG.
Very, very well played. And, like I said, this Taka, if your Jewel doesn't land a good big red button, the Taka just doesn't have enough sustained damage, even with this breaking point, to really clean up a fight. And that last fight went really well for Gorilla. He did get punted by the glaive, but he immediately jump jets out as the Taka used his X-Retsu, which took Taka way away from his team, way away from the protection of the turret. And it really separated them where they need to be focusing their damage, and they're just not able to with this Baron jumping around the fight the way he is.
This was really fascinating, guys, and I want to talk about it because the draft from Lost in the Echo had many holes. We don't see Jewel come out too often. The combination with the Taka and the glaive seemed a little bit patched together. It didn't really mesh that well. But to give Baron and Grumpjaw over to an enemy team, you have an early game threat. Arden's going to make them very effective. And then Baron in the late game is just going to keep scaling. And the Taka and glaive combo never got to that point where they would be able to shut down the Grumpjaw. And in the lane, the Jewel never was able to really be effective against the Baron. So their matchups were just not even.
The matchups weren't even, and that kind of falls back into I really would have liked to have seen the Crystal Taka come out, able to dive that back line and get that burst damage out really quick. We just didn't have that out of this weapon Taka, especially going with a Sorrow Blade breaking point build. If we were going to have this weapon Taka in the jungle, I think your best case scenario is go that double proc build, the Tension Bow Aftershock, so you can really bring out that burst that a Taka should offer. You're an assassin hero. You are not a face tank all this damage and build breaking point stacks hero such as a glaive that we saw Bradley on.
Yeah, it's very strange. The support build is even more mystifying. I really have no words for it, but I think the biggest thing to take away from that is the lack of armor. Without any armor, glaive just really could not be effective against the Baron. And I mean, he didn't need an Atlas, but a Metal Jacket, although selfish, would have provided him the tankiness he needed to just get in there and harass. And I'm okay with the Aftershock and getting some cooldown and utilizing that support glaive as a utility glaive as well. But you've got to be able to go up against and last through the fight against that Baron. There was no armor there to make that work.
Yeah, and I do like that you mentioned that you might not even have to have built the Atlas Pauldron since Lightning T had one. That's something that we saw Rekt really prioritize when he had gone up against Baron, and this really shows the difference in the level of play. Is if you can prevent that damage and stay in the front line and just be a good harassment tool, that is more useful than getting this damage down from the Aftershock. If you're engaging as this glaive and you have no defense and the Baron's immediately able to take you out of the fight, then your team's not going to have any potential to follow up because it's going to be a 2v3 right off the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we are looking to get ready and get into game number 2 here in just a few seconds. It shouldn't be too much longer. I absolutely agree with your points. There was so many challenges with how NRG played that game. I think that the key for them going into the second game is just to play clean. There's no need to try to be fancy. We've seen a lot of these higher elo teams, a lot of these stronger teams come into this tournament and just not play the way that we know they can play and not draft accordingly. They just seem to be trying to like play fancy and do some funny things, to stand out, but it's just not working. And it's resulting in losses, which I know is not their intention.
Intent in the draft out of energy just seemed really way out of the meta that we've seen. So I'm almost wondering if that was a risk too. Where do you really balance your level of comfort with what is the clear meta so far?
Yeah, that's true. You want to make sure that you approach meta, but you want to create new ideas. You want to push the boundary, but sometimes we've seen it being done in ways that don't make sense. Itemization is one area though that does not make sense when you just throw that over to the enemy team as a freebie, like we did see with the glaive. I think we're ready to go, so we are going to start the draft,
begins.
and we are going to try to see if this game client, the draft client, will work this time. So let's take a look. It looks like everything's working so far. We get into it, and Lost in the Echo banning the Baron, and I really was surprised they let the Baron through. I'm surprised Energy didn't pick it up. I'm surprised, and then it got picked up by Lost in the Echo because it didn't get banned. So I think this time Lost in the Echo very much respecting that pick. You have it. Idris ban. We've seen Idris played and banned quite a bit tonight.
I've seen the Idris ban, and actually, this is the first ban on both sides for the side of NRG, and a Vox pickup, which we know is an incredibly strong hero. Just overall, I mean, the mobility that he provides, the early game spread damage he provides with the resonance. This is a good first pickup for the side of Lost in the Echo, and I expect to see Gorilla on it in the lane.
Arden comes out. We are now moving to the second ban phase. And this is going to be Ozo again. NRG not really worried about this. I mean, they're definitely taking the banning phase here somewhat uniquely. And a glaive ban, not too surprised. So I think, with so many picks open here for NRG, it does allow them, now that they're back on B side, which was different than what we saw in game 1, will open up to take a stronger laner. But with Fox and Marinov, Sky, this could be a lane Sky.
It could be a lane Sky. Something we've seen in the past is weapon Sky being particularly good into Vox in the early game. I don't know if a weapon lane Sky can really compete with the damage that a Vox can do in the late game, though. So I do appreciate the flexibility the Sky does bring, but I really want to see it be a Crystal Sky in the jungle, dependent on these next couple picks. The Baptiste, maybe. It's really hard to say. I don't feel like a weapon Sky brings enough damage to the table in this patch.
Yeah, it was a pick that used to be very prominent, got some nerfs to it, still kind of had a showing every once in a while, but I feel like the Crystal Sky is just so much more effective. I like the Baptiste pick coming out, though, against a Sky, though, because that, as long as you can put the Ordained on her at the right time, completely shuts down her attempts to Suri strike. And with the Samuel then picked up, means it will be a Captain Baptiste for the side of Lost in the Echo.
And most likely, which I do think Baptiste brings a lot to the table for a captain role. He has that Ordained ability and he has the Fearsome Shade. And one thing you really want to try to focus on, especially when you have this Samuel, is if you have this Baptiste run the Fearsome Shade and run all 3 of the enemies in the wall together, you group them up very easily for the Samuel to follow up with all the splash damage from those Empowered Malice and Verdicts.
Not to mention potentially also throwing down an Oblivion on top of them. It can just, you can really get a big CC train combo with those two. You also
And
have
the silence
Vox.
out of the Vox.
Yep.
So, yeah, very, very unique draft coming out of here from Gorillas, and I really like it. I like them branching out into this Baptiste. I feel he does bring a lot to the table, especially when you make him really tanky. And it is a Kestrel that we see come out here from the side of NRG. So we know Juan Hernandez is pretty known for his Kestrel play. Maybe not the number one Kestrel in North America, but definitely a strong pickup for him. So we'll have to see if this is going to be Lightning T in the jungle on a Crystal Kestrel, or if he's going to be picking up the Sky.
Well, we'll have to wait a moment and find out together in just a little bit, because we are about to get underway for game number 2 of this best of 3 series here in VISPRO. Lost in the Echo is the team that is up 1-0 on this series, taking the first game off of NRG. We've already seen one upset today. Could we be getting another one here as we get onto the fold? And it is going to be Lightning T with the Kestrel in the lane, most likely. And Juan Hernandez looks to be on this Crystal Sky. So that's what we were hoping to see from the Sky. But how will it work out with Lightning T now on the Kestrel?
It looks like Juan Hernandez is heading to the lane on this Sky, and I must admit, Bacon, I'm really disappointed I'm not going to get to say one shot, one kill.
See, we had actually that used to be the thing when Juan Hernandez was at the time, the Evil 8, and we actually heard from him that he does not like that. So it's unfortunate, because it was a lot of fun, but we try and respect his wishes and avoid using it too much anymore. But either way, right now, it's actually Lightning T going through the jungle. So are they going to be swapping it up and now putting the Crystal carry once again in the lane for the side of NRG?
It appears so, and I find this to be particularly risky, because the weapon Kestrel really needs a lot of gold to maximize her ability to go invisible during a fight, getting that weapon power built up so that you can use your active camo, even though you're taking damage. However, we do see Lightning T picking up a very early Elder Treant here, so it's going to be a little bit of golden experience in his pocket. Maybe he can get a little bit ahead of this Samuel. I'm really excited to see this Rome Baptiste.
Yeah, it's Batiste is just such a big playmaker right now, and it can absolutely make or break games for teams. So excited to see how Yugi's going to do it. We saw it played as a jungler to phenomenal effect earlier in the day. But obviously as a captain, damage isn't quite going to be the same, but the utility is what it's here for.
Yeah, and the Captain Baptiste still can put out a lot of damage. We were discussing earlier that when you get that Reap, the stacks procced, and you get that bonus damage, it's 100% bonus damage that you do get. So granted, it's not crystal power. It doesn't get that huge spike we've seen. For someone that isn't building items, you can still get a couple hundred damage down in these early game spikes.
So they are going to be right now just both teams playing fairly passively, just looking to farm up and get some gold, get some items under their belt. Interesting to note, though, we have a crystal bit on Lightning T as well now. So these builds could be in some question here for NRG as to where they're actually going to end up going. But it could just be a simple, crystal bit early on just to get a little bit of extra use out of the active camo and a little bit of splash damage on the glimmer shots. But right now up in the lane, it is going to be Juan Hernandez getting a lot of damage dished out onto him. Somehow survives being ordained and gets himself out to safety.
really, really good positioning by him. We seen he knew he was going to get hit by that Ordain, so he went up into the bush. When he did get stunned, the enemy team lost vision, which prevented Gorilla from getting a little bit of damage down. He was then able to reposition himself with a Surrey Strike, and Bradley came in with a very, very well-timed Vanguard to help get him out just barely on the brink of life.
First blood is going to come out. Lightning T finds that one, but he's in some trouble now, and he is going to get traded. Of course, comes out on top of that trade thanks to the first blood bonus, but 1-1. However, that's about to change because Juan Hernandez has found Yugi. A nice forward barrage over the wall will get him the second kill for NRG.
Yeah, very, very good start for NRG here, especially since, they didn't really bring the performance we were expecting out of them last game. It's got to be a good confidence booster here to come in with a comp that I would say, they do fend fairly even in the early game. I do think that the scaling composition that Lost has is going to be very dominant in the late game. So hopefully the Sky and Kestrel are able to close it out early. We're seeing Lightning T doing a good job, getting ahead of the Samuel in the jungle, and we're pretty close to even in the lane. So we'll have to see how this goes. Banglaner getting some good damage down on Lightning T. Lightning T getting some good damage back, though, and a one-shot, one kill comes in and cleans up the kill on the Samuel.
All right, so with this, another kill going the way of NRG. Starting to look much better here in game number 2. We could be getting glimpses towards our first game 3 of the night if they can keep this up. But Gorilla is on this Vox, and with a Samuel as well, they're scaling towards the late game is going to be pretty immense. Whereas Sky is very mid-game focused hero, has the potential to maybe fall off a little bit there, but we'll see how they decide to play this one out.
Yeah, and we do see this Frostburn picked up as a first item by Juan Hernandez here. It's a pretty common item that we see. There's a lot of utility it brings to the table, but we do see Gorilla picks up a Tension Bow. So he's going this Poison Shiv Tension Bow build that we've seen be incredibly strong this patch so far.
Well, they are going to be looking for more kills here. That's a lot of damage from Lightning T on these Glimmer Shots, but no kill. Fountains used on both sides of the fold. Still nothing, and now they're going to re-engage. Oh, Bang Laner taking so much damage from Lightning T's Kestrel. As long as those Glimmer Shots hit their target, they do some serious work. That's going to be Bang Laner having to get himself out of safety, but he's still sticking around, trying to get enough lifesteal here. It is on the Samuel, so he has the potential to do so, but not quite going to be able to find a kill themselves. But Bradley is also sticking around. Now he's going to be in trouble, and he will go down. Both of these teams playing very, very greedy.
Very, very greedy indeed. And, that was really well played by Gorilla there. It looked like he was dropping down to try to get the ambient gold with Bang Laner. And what a prize to find. Bradley coming out of a bush on low health. So that's a little bit of gold in the pocket of Lost in the Echo. And Juan Hernandez gets taken down by the Baptiste alone. Very
Curious to see that one happen, but unfortunately, I actually missed that because I was trying to look at some item builds there, but it was, 3 kills to 3 now. All of a sudden, looked like it was going to be NRG with a really solid start, and now all of a sudden, it's kind of gotten turned right back around and Lost in the Echo, once again, putting up a very strong fight against their Vainglory 8-tiered opponents.
And, we did discuss early on that, this is, a new lineup that we see here. There's not a lot known about these players, but we do know that they've been competing with other teams. And these are kind of, I don't want to say the best lineup you could have put together, but to me, they seem to synergize really well. And they all have pretty high success rate on their respective teams in the past, and we see Yugi taking a lot of damage here from Juan Hernandez on the Sky. I'm really excited to see where Lost in the Echo can go with this. we're still pretty early in the tournament, but I really like this team they put together. They seem to play really well together. They have a very similar play style, and it just seems to be working, and I'm really impressed by these guys.
Definitely making a bit of a name for themselves here, as Vainglory are gonna get caught out. However, Gorilla trying to find a fight here still, but this damage from Juan Hernandez, this is why the Crystal Sky is so effective. Tons of damage coming out. That's gonna be a gauntlet under the turret. They're trying to get Gorilla, but Gorilla avoids the gauntlet, avoids the one-shot, one kill, and finds the kill onto both Bradley and Juan Hernandez. Excellent play from Gorilla before he finally goes down. Yugi now trying to solo out to come on. Oh my goodness.
Yugi on this
Goes 1-for-1.
Batiste. Yugi on this Batiste is really impressing me. He was able to 1v1 both Lightning T just now and Juan Hernandez earlier, really showing that when you use the timing of the Reap ability just correctly, you can get a lot of damage down even without having that Shatter Glass.
What an crazy sequence of events. And now with that ace buff minions, I mean, Vainglory tried to just get this turret, came so close. That turret's on a sliver of health, but unfortunately does not get that turret takedown. And instead it's now going to be Gorilla again looking to stack up, has some solid damage, Poison Shift, Tension Bow, and Breaking Point. So they really cannot take him lightly. Even though he doesn't have the flat damage, if he sticks around in a fight long enough, he really starts to hurt.
It really starts to hurt, especially since Juan Hernandez and Lightning T, neither one of them having defense yet, not even a reflex block for that bonus health or anti-CC capability, and an immense gold payout comes out. Kestrel is able to secure it, and it looks like NRG is getting pushed back into their jungle pretty deep. We do not have the fountain burned yet out of Bradley, though.
Well, right now there's looking like we might get another fight because this turret is so low. You know that Lost in the Echo is going to try and take it down, but Vainglory takes so much damage from that one shot. I don't know if they're going to be able to really stick around. He has to be careful. He's going to get through the gauntlet, but now Vox gets stunned up in the gauntlet wall. Will he go down? No, he just gets out. The fountain has already been used. And
from both
there comes
teams.
The fountain. Yeah, late fountain, though, from the side of NRG, so they're going to be in much better shape to continue pushing. And now, after all this, despite their own turret being a sneeze away from falling, they actually take the first turret of the game.
They do, and they are recalling, so this does give Lost the chance they could push up and get this one hit down, but it looks like Vox is rotating down instead. And you know, knowing the health bars that the side of NRG was on, I really would have liked to see them, instead of taking away 1 or 2 jungle creeps, I would have liked to see them get that 900 team-wide gold for their team.
Yeah, well,
they may still be able to. It's just going to be, there's going to be a fight over it at this point. So.
Absolutely there is, but right now they're getting some good damage on the Bradley. Can they get the Oblivion down? Does get blocked. One shot will get eaten by Yugi. That's the target. They want to be eating that. There's going to be a nice ordained, though, and that is Juan Hernandez dropping. Bradley is going down low as well, but the fountain keeps him alive. Fountain now used by Lost in the Echo. They've got the turret. They've got 2 kills. Are they going to go looking for Lightning T? Just stays out of range of that flare and should be able to.
They have vision on him from that scout trap, though.
Yeah, but they were more concerned with the turret. They took a second turret for their troubles, and now Lightning T is going to try and get away. Has the Crystal Sentry to help him out here, and so it looks like Lost in the Echo will back off. But 2 kills and 2 turrets. They're going to be more than happy with that trade.
And a very good trade out of Lost in the Echo, and they're really showing that they deserve to be here. So I like the gold sharing that they do have here. It's not very often that we see a laner ahead of the jungler in level. Gorilla is a little bit ahead, though, in experience, though. You know, we got both of these carries at level 11, and Lightning T is level 12, but Juan Hernandez is only level 9, which I think is really hurting them in these fights. You know, once Skye gets that forward barrage overdriven, she's going to bring a lot more damage to the table that's just not there yet. However, that time that you spend trying to level up Juan Hernandez is letting Vainglory just get further and further ahead.
Well, right now, up in the lane, Lost in the Echo, again, I'm so thoroughly impressed with what they're doing. Yugi didn't need to take that one shot, but he does anyway. However, now the fight is going down. Lightning T getting dropped low. Nice gauntlet will stun up Yugi, but still no kills just yet. No fountains being used either. Both teams being very patient to not go ahead and use that big cooldown as they escape out to the safety of their own jungle.
They escape out, and the Vox is going to be able to heal up just via having his poison shiv. A big fight coming out here. The Arden does get stunned up, but a good death from above from Juan Hernandez gets a bit of damage and crowd control down. Yugi does drop, and that is going to force Gorilla and Banglader. Oh, that...
Yeah, Banglaner really had no chance there, unfortunately. I didn't even see where Gorilla went down, but that is the ace coming through for NRG. They're going to be able to find at least one turret off of this. I don't know if they're going to stick around for a second. Actually, Lightning T wants to get some damage at least onto it. Has a lot of ace buff minions, but with Yugi coming, he's going to back off. And these minions actually are going to do a lot of work to this turret. Not quite enough to take it down, but this game is so close, so back and forth. It feels like neither team can really get a firm grasp on this game.
It is back and forth, but we do see the Sky and the Kestrel growing very heavy in the damage and very light in the defense. So if they continue to pick these good fights and are able to dish the damage down quickly and get Yugi out of the fight, or at least burn the fountain like they did last time, that's where these fights are really working out well for them. But if Gorilla is allowed to get on Lightning T or Juan Hernandez, I think these fights are going to start swinging more towards the side of Lost in the Echo.
Very well might be, but at this stage of the game with Kraken spawning, again, either team can find these team fights. It really depends on who gets their crowd control off and who gets the first shots off, it feels like. And so with this rotation down to the jungle shop, is either team going to get an edge? The infusions picked up and topped off. Bradley's going to get found. One shot will hit onto Bang Laner. They really need to try and start dodging these one shots because Lightning T has been on point with them thus far this game.
I don't think he's missed one yet, actually. I think he's hit Yugi a couple times, but most of the time he does find Bang Laner, and a lot of damage coming down really quickly on Juan Hernandez.
There we go. That's going to be the Drifting Dark. Is going to continue on through. The Gauntlet does come down, get one stun, but is it enough? They've already got one kill. Lightning T does take down Bang Laner, but Yugi and Gorilla will finish off Bradley. So it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Lost in the Echo. What do they want to do with this, though? They know they have to be careful because Lightning T has so much damage, but it looks like they're actually okay. They are going to start up the Kraken. It looked like they weren't. They waited quite some time before actually making that decision. Will that end up costing them? Lightning T trying to check this brush, trying to see if he hits anyone in there. Doesn't. Comes through, gets spotted, puts down the stealth. It gets blocked. Gorilla is trying to 1v1, but Lightning T comes out on top, and Yugi will no longer be able to stay on this Kraken.
Absolutely, and I thought that was going to be a really good fight for Gorilla there. He did see that Kestrel used the active camo. He was able to block it, but the damage that Lightning T has from this double monocle Sorrow Blade build, building into more crit even, and I'm interested to see if this goes into a tornado trigger or into another monocle. The benefit you'd get out of going on a tornado trigger here is you get those glimmer shots up a lot quicker when you have that attack speed. So with Gorilla down just now coming up, this is going to be very dangerous for the side of Lost in the Echo to try to fight this. Juan Hernandez is getting a lot of damage down here on Yugi, and that is Kraken going over to the side of NRG, and this is looking very, very good for them.
Yugi very low, but still in this fight. Bang Laner also taking a lot of damage. Are they going to turn this now? All of a sudden, they get one kill. One shot will find Bang Laner, but it is still Gorilla at full health, finding a second kill. Once again, Lightning T gets out alive, but both Gorilla and Yugi will be trying to get back and start working on this Kraken. But what a game this has been thus far, Denominate.
This game so far has literally been teams back and forth, making the best of a bad situation. So, we do see the Kraken going over to the side of NRG, but Lost in the Echo answers right back with 2 kills, a very quick kill down on this Sky, Bradley to follow it up, and they're going to get the gold from this Kraken without losing a whole lot. The Kraken marched down to this turret, but it's I almost wanted to say it wasn't going to have enough damage, but it did indeed. So I would have been very wrong there. I'm glad I held my tongue.
That is just 1 turret remaining now for NRG to work through. But this game is still so up in the air. They were able to get an edge by taking that Kraken, but they lost out on the subsequent team fight. And it all comes down to just little bits of positioning. And whoever can, we're starting to get pretty late in this game, so we're almost at a point where, the next team fight could be the one that decides it.
It could either way, especially with, we're down to 1 turret on the side of Lost in the Echo, but there's only 3 turrets on the side of NRG. So, with these death timers getting longer and longer as the game goes on, I could definitely see one fight really swinging the game either way. And I think we really got to put a lot of focus on Lightning T here. He is 100% on these one-shot, 1 kills. So very, very well played. The accuracy of the skill shots is amazing. He's not missing the glimmer shots. He's making sure he lands almost every time. He's landed the 1-shot, 1 kill on Samuel, or Vainglory, this Samuel. And that's one of the most ideal targets you can get it on. It's not Gorilla the Vox who really has a lot of damage, but Gorilla also has that metal jacket, whereas Vainglory has been unable to complete the tier 3 armor.
This is, it's really comes down to Lightning T and Gorilla. These two are hard carrying this game. You got 8-3-4 on Gorilla, 8-2-2 for Lightning T. They have both been absolutely impeccable. And I think what's most impressive about the fact that Gorilla's been doing so well is he's doing it with 3 offensive items, one of them still being that tension bow. And it just hasn't mattered. He's been able to get the damage output necessary to win these team fights that, seemingly out of nowhere at times. Right now we're going to be seeing, again, just positioning up, posturing up around this Kraken. Kraken does get a little bit angry there, but they're actually going to be trying to reset her aggro. Finally, she returns to her spot, but back up in the lane now. Yugi is very far forward. The rest of his team is not there. The Ordained goes down, but not really going to have to get much of anything out of it. That's a big ultimate going to be used as well, but Juan Hernandez has so much damage. Gauntlet stuns up Yugi, and he is down. This could be devastating. No fountain available for Lost in the Echo. And you've got Banglaner on the wrong side of this fight as well. Is going to throw down the Oblivion just to try and stall. But with 2 kills going the way of NRG, they can very likely just try and push in and end this game with only 1 turret, but they're not going to. They don't make the decision to try and finish. Now Lightning T is going to take a lot of damage from Banglaner, but he's going to get out for now, but they're still chasing him down. If they get this ace, you got to figure that should be game over, but Banglaner doing everything in his power to stay alive. The sentry's going to get involved. Will he be able to find anything here? Lightning T is still very low, but he pops that active camo, and Banglaner gets stunned, gets blown up 1 second away from Yugi being up. However, even though they get the ace buff minions, you do have Gorilla and Yugi alive, but NRG, they aren't interested in pushing. They want this Kraken.
They want this Kraken with only 1 Vayne turret left for the side of Lost in the Echo. It's looking very good for the side of NRG. And I do want to make note that both of the carries on the side of Lost in the Echo only have 3 damage items, while both of the carries on NRG have 4 offensive items, prioritizing the shield over armor as well. Getting that block. This Vox has a lot of damage if he's allowed to stay in the fight and ramp up, and they're just not allowing him to do that.
Banglaner going to be up in about right now as Kraken is making her way in. Lost in the Echo need to have a fight here. Yugi taking a lot of damage before they even start. Now they can do the same to Bradley, though. He's going to get stunned up thanks to that Ordained. The Gauntlet goes down. No stuns, but Yugi is caught inside of it, and he will go down. Lightning T from the backside. Is he going to be able to find enough damage? No, he falls. And now Gorilla and Banglaner, but Juan Hernandez is so healthy. Isn't going to hit that forward barrage, but the death from above connects. Gorilla, however, finds the kill. But meanwhile, Gorilla on a sliver of health. Bradley will finish him off, and Kraken is still full health with 30 seconds to get through the rest of this turret and the crystal. I think NRG have just done it.
NRG have indeed pushed us to a game 3. And they were looking a lot better that game. You know, in my opinion, they looked like their team fights were a lot tighter. Their positioning was a lot better, and going as heavy on the damage as they did really worked out well for them, because, you know, Baptiste has absolutely no escape option. So when he's in the front line, that allows Juan Hernandez to get a lot of poke damage down really early on in the fight and build up those stacks very easily.
Yeah, so, I mean, that was a very, very incredible match. Just to see the energy come back in, because really, for that mid game into the mid-late game, it was Lost at Echo's game. They were playing very, very effective. So to see,
they were indeed, and you know, I really liked Lightning T that game on that Kestrel, and I think that's something that Lost in the Echo is really going to have to prepare for in this next game. That is, you can't give Lightning T a hero he's that proficient on.
No, absolutely. And with that, it kind of resets everything, gets us back down to this last game, each team with 1 win apiece, as we go to our first game 3 of the night. It's actually our first game 3 we're going to be streaming all week, so this is surprisingly close, and both these teams matched up very, very well.
Indeed they are, and I need to get the next draft open. Hopefully we don't have any issues like we did in the first game, so that would be ideal.
That would be very ideal, as we do want to... It's, by the way, it's labeled game 1, accidentally.
So it is the game 1 again?
Yeah.
Perfect. And it looks like we see oh wait, no, this is, what is going on here? Am I getting the wrong screen?
Yeah, I think it's NRG versus Lost.
Yeah, let me try reloading the draft lobby and see what happens, because that didn't look like the draft we were looking at.
So
let's see.
I mean, we expected this roster to play well tonight, and they've really struggled. Even in that game, they won it, but it was so close. It seems like they're just not finding the right pieces. And some of these guys playing very sloppy, and they played well. They got the Kestrel that time, but even with the Kestrel, it took a long time for them to scale to that point where they could really contest these fights proficiently. For most of these fights, it was back and forth, like we said. Very, very evenly matched. So what can NRG do differently? Does it start in the draft, or is it just really how they're playing these team fights?
They played the team fights really well, and you know, I actually really thought it was going to be Lost in the Echo taking game number 2 there. I really like the Samuel that scales into the late game. However, the positioning and coordination out of NRG that game, it really showed that they might have underestimated Lost in the Echo. You know, we discussed that we really don't have a whole lot of knowledge on this team because it's a bunch of players that came from different teams through the course of the VIS League. And I think that might be something that NRG has to look for in game 3, is you cannot underestimate this team. You know, they have the ability to take a game or series off you. We've seen that first game looked very one-sided for the side of Lost in the Echo. And NRG bringing game 2 back, showing that they're not going to give it up that easy.
Yeah, I mean, it was a close call. They are still in it as game number 3 underway. Idris and Vox taken off. And this does mean that, you know, NRG has a chance to take Baron here. It's definitely one of the strongest laners left in the game.
I seem to be in the wrong draft somehow. I don't see... Energy versus Lost 1. Oh, let me try reloading it. Let's see what happens here.
All right, Arden is going to be the pickup. So NRG and Lost both go with supports here. So this is actually kind of interesting because with the support play pickup, this leaves that Baron still open, which is probably going to get banned here. We see the Cap still banned. Ozo banned again. NRG banning Ozo every single time. This is going to effectively give the Baron back over to Lost in the Echo.
Yeah, they've banned Idris and Ozo every game so far. And so interesting Finn pickup. We haven't seen a whole lot of prioritization on him. And that does give the Baron over to Gorilla, who we've seen have a huge success in the first game.
Yeah, so, I mean, again, either using the bans as a throwaway ban just to get more power picks available to them, or maybe there is just someone on Lost in the Echo that is just a really strong Ozo player. I mean, Bang Laner, it's close to Bangarang. Maybe he's a spectacular Ozo player, and we just don't know it.
But Tasty,
Maybe he is.
Guys, it's got to be easier to counter an Ozo than to ban it and let the Baron through. It seems like, especially when you've taken all the other good laners off the board. So, they're going to play the Sky again. This looks like NRG going back to a draft that's a little bit precarious. It doesn't feel as strong. Arden with the Baron, depending on what they're going to pull here, it may be lane or jungle, but it just seems like, again, Lost and Echo is getting a stronger draft.
I do like that they picked up the Baron again. It just worked out really well for the side of Lost and Echo in game 1. And the Celeste coming out. So now, I think what we're going to see here, and don't hold me to this, I think this is going to be a Weapon Sky in the lane and a Celeste in the jungle. Don't hold me to it, but that's
I would have to
the way
agree,
I'm leaning.
I'm leaning towards that, but it could also be a double CP comp with
It could
both of
indeed
them running Crystal Power. But I would my lean is towards also having the Weapon Sky in the lane with a Crystal Celeste out of the jungle. But we'll see what Lost in the Echo decide to answer with. They're going to go ahead and grab the Glaive. I really like Glaive into Celeste. But with Sky and Finn, it doesn't do quite as well into those two because Sky can obviously always just Suri strike out once she does get afterburned, and Finn obviously can't be afterburned. So the Glaive pick could have a little bit of struggles once we get a little bit deeper into this game. But in the early game, if they're just going to be using this Finn to try and power farm this Baron and get him really strong early on, it can have some massive effects.
And I also like the Glaive into the Celeste. I think it's going to be a very useful tool if this Glaive can get tanky enough. If you can deliver Celeste, who is overall one of the squishiest targets, I would say, in my personal opinion, in the game. They tend to prioritize that 4-item offensive build. If you can deliver this low defense Celeste to this Baron, which we know has just unreal burst potential, I think you can take her out of the fight very early, and then that leaves Sky very vulnerable.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're ready to go, ready to get into this game with this draft wrapped up. I think that this is a very risky call by NRG, and we've seen typically with these risky drafts, they haven't played out. We saw it with Nova earlier today, and the first game here with NRG wasn't panning out well for them at all. They, resorting to picks that definitely have their benefit, but your backline is so weak, and you've got only Finn to help deal with that. And honestly, I really think that Finn's going to want to pull the fight towards you. And that's not what you want. You don't want the Baron and the Glaive on top of you.
You absolutely do not. Baron having a lot of splash damage and high upfront burst, along with this Crystal Glaive, who's going to be able to reposition people throughout this game. It's going to be very interesting to see how well this Finn does at protecting the mobility of Sky and the lack of mobility that we have on the Celeste.
Absolutely. All right, guys, we're getting into this game. Game number 3. It's our last game of the night. Thank goodness, as we should be wrapping it up. But this is definitely one to end on a high note, because to see these two teams go and play so competitively and so close together is just definitely a good sign for the competitive community at large.
Yeah, and a really good sign for Lost in the Echo. And coming almost out of nowhere and taking the fight to NRG, really putting on a strong showing. Even in game number 2, when they weren't able to secure the victory, they still looked extremely strong. That game could have absolutely gone either way, but here we go. Denominate, it is game number 3. NRG on the blue side, Lost in the Echo on the red. Let's see if there's any early game shenanigans to happen this time around, but it doesn't look like it.
It doesn't look like it. It looks like both teams are just going to go to farming. You do run a little bit of risk if you do a really heavy engage and lose out, because it allows the other team to really just continue to push your jungle, you know, especially with this Celeste and Sky that just, when the glaive doesn't have his afterburn yet, he's super susceptible to basically the entire enemy team. There's just nothing he can really do when he doesn't have mobility. So it does look like we're going to have a weapon Sky in the lane, and it looks like our Baron is probably going to build into a Serpent Mask build again. We've seen Gorilla run that in game 1, and it worked out really well for them.
I really like the start, actually, from Lost in the Echo. Actually, they're going to be looking for an early kill here. Nice afterburn on it to Sky, but is it going to be enough? Not quite, but it does get her extremely low. She's going to have to recall. So now Lost in the Echo, and Gorilla can try and really shove this lane in and hope that Sky will miss out on at least a few CS here, because I want to go back to that start I was talking about. Gorilla went down into the jungle with Yugi, while Banglaner went and just held the lane just in case. But Gorilla was able to join Yugi for those couple of camps, but then also got back into the lane in time to not miss a single CS.
Which is really key. And I actually didn't notice until just now that Banglaner, who has been playing in this jungle position, has swapped with Yugi, and we have Yugi now playing on this glaive in the jungle position.
And again, this is something we've been seeing a lot of, as Yugi will secure that Treant, even though Lightning T tried to steal it away. But we've seen a lot of these teams having the flexibility to put different players in different roles. And it makes you a very diverse team, because, you know, let's say maybe Yugi is just a better glaive player. So when they pick up glaive, you don't know if it's going to be the captain or the jungler, because Yugi can play in either role. So it can be very helpful for a team, but at the same time, it can also be detrimental to teams. We've seen some teams try and do these, you know, sort of flexible rosters, and it ends up not working quite as well, because maybe when they try and flex, the players they flex aren't quite as proficient in those roles as their teammates. So it's really a hit or miss type of strategy that different teams have been trying to pull out.
Right, and you know, I definitely like that you mentioned that it really can hinder your proficiency if you're trying to play a bunch of different positions. You're not really focusing on the one. So definitely going to be interesting to see. We do see the tension bow coming out on Gorilla again very, very early here. Neither side having a fountain, and Bradley hasn't shopped at all yet. And now, to me, this is interesting. We're almost at 4 minutes and we haven't got anything picked up for Bradley. Finn has a pretty high health, and once you get... Oh, we got a fight coming in here.
Yeah, the afterburn to come through. Lots of damage, though, from Gorilla all of a sudden, but not going to be enough for a kill. Just going to pop a potion and should be okay.
Should be okay. And what I was saying about Bradley on this Finn is I'd like to see him get that life spring earlier in the future, because if you do get into a situation where you've taken a lot of damage and you don't quite want to shop yet, you can get that passive 1% passive healing from the fountain. And again, Finn has a high health pool, so the amount that 1% heals you is more than most other heroes.
It's actually 2.5% of your missing health.
I remember they changed it, and I couldn't remember, and that's why I tried not to go a little too far into it.
It's okay.
Thank you for letting me know.
I cheated and just pulled up the inventories and looked at the life spring that was in Banglaner's inventory, just because I couldn't remember the exact number either. But it is going to be fountains picked up by both sides. And look at this, Juan Hernandez wanting to be able to keep up with Gorilla, got himself a tension bow. We've been seeing so many tension bows, but now Yugi is going to get another afterburn, but will they be able to capitalize on it? Gorilla actually taking a lot of damage, gets the body blocked finally from Banglaner, And so now they're on the retreat, but they at least have not given up any kills. But that may not be true for long. Yugi with an afterburn out to safety, trying to just prevent himself from giving up this first blood. Bradley rotating around is going to stop the recall with that blind polite company, but
I don't know if he knows he stopped the recall.
Yeah, I don't think he knows he did.
I think if they would have known that he was that low, Lightning T very easily, or even Juan Hernandez, could have put their forward barrage or Heliogenesis over that wall and cleaned up the kill. So very lucky of Yugi to get out there, and still nobody going down. So looking pretty good. Lightning T had a pretty good ult that last fight, though, and after seeing his proficiency on the skill shots of the Kestrel last game, I'm really excited to see him on the Celeste.
Yeah, a little bit of an easier skill shot to hit, or at least a little bit wider. It's a little bit slower, but it's quite a bit of a wider hitbox than one shot, one kill. However, right now, Yugi has himself the Storm Crown, so that'll be a little extra cooldown for this Afterburn, but he's going to get spotted here and has to Afterburn out away from his potential targets instead.
Yeah, and it looks like everybody's just going to get back to farming again. This is looking like a really even game. We are dead even on gold between these two teams again, so I really don't even know which way to lean. You know, I normally can pick out a comp that I like and say, you know, I really like what this team has put together, but I really like both of these drafts. And, you know, it's like neither one seems to have a clear advantage over the other.
And they both have a very strong mid game and a very strong late game. Sky and Glaive have that mid game unlocked, and then late game, Celeste and Baron are both just going to be outputting massive amounts of damage. And it's going to be really just comes down to execution. Whichever team can execute better will have the advantage. It's not just going to be an inherent edge that either side is going to have just from their composition, like you were saying. So this is going to be an exciting one. Gorilla, again, I really want to see what he's going to do with this Baron, because it's such an impactful pick, but it's such a risky play style that he used in game number one. It's going to be jumping forward this time. The gauntlet goes down, doesn't trap anyone in it. Nice Solar Storm coming out, but now they're grouped up. Are they going to be able to find enough damage? No, not quite to take down Yugi. Jump Jets out behind the turret, but Lightning T is just pummeling this turret with Helios, getting a lot of damage down onto it. This is the one edge that NRG will have, is their ability to siege will be very strong. Oh, big force to cord, pulls in two, but now are they going to actually be in a bad situation? They get the turret down. That's the signal for them to continue pushing onwards, but this Baron has some good damage, but it doesn't matter. They get the first kill and the second. Yugi on a sliver of health. He does get spotted. Afterburns immediately over the wall, but this was big for NRG.
It was huge for NRG, and you know, right before Lightning T got into lane, we noticed this really big power spike that Celeste gets when she does get to level 8 and overdrives that Heliogenesis. That extra range was allowing him to get so much poke damage down that it really, the fight was one-sided after that. You know, after you got down, you know, they baited the fountain out of Banglaner before the engagement actually started, and Gorilla does find a good pickup kill here on the Celeste, though.
Yeah, it was kind of Lightning T sacrificing himself once he got afterburned, but that's still not the greatest of consolation prizes when you just lost out on two turrets. They're going to try and grab themselves this gold miner for their troubles as well. Bradley in a position to try and steal along with Juan Hernandez. Are they going to be able to? Not quite. Helio or Solar Storm coming through doing a ton of damage, and Juan's going to actually try and fight this with Bradley. Are they going to be able to hold out long enough for Lightning T to get here? They are. That's another kill for NRG. Make that 2, and it's going to be 3. An ace for NRG. They are finding these last couple of fights incredibly well.
They indeed are, and I'm really liking Lightning T on the Celeste. I'm particularly impressed by his accuracy on these skill shot heroes, such as the Kestrel and the Celeste. Very, very impressive play, proving time and time again that he is a force to be reckoned with, whether you put him in the lane where we've seen him have a ton of success in the past. Now we see him focusing a little more in the jungle, working with Juan Hernandez here, and it's going so well for them. And this Celeste is really putting so much damage down that it's really hard for Lost and the Echo to even try to contest these fights.
And now, well, actually, we're going to have to hold up because I think we might get an out. Looks like they're backing off. Okay. While we've got a little bit of time, I want to get your opinions on the build paths that we're seeing from Lost in the Echo now that Yugi has also picked up himself a tension bow.
It is interesting to me to see the tension bow. We did talk a little bit earlier about how the tension bow is just good against heroes with low health pool, which would be this Celeste in the Sky. However, the one thing about Glaive is you really want the cooldown. So when you have this jungle utility Glaive, you want to have your afterburn up as much as possible. You can use it to avoid damage, to reposition the enemy, to get some good CC down to allow your Baron to get some follow-up damage. And just without having that afterburn up as often, we're not seeing that out of the side of Lost in the Echo right now.
And it also puts them into this double weapon situation. So they're going to be seeing, I would assume, a lot of armor start to get built up by the members of NRG. And it seems strange to me to go for this build when it's been established for a reason. The Stormcrown Aftershock has been a very strong build on Glaive. And I'm interested to see them try and shake that up a bit here in such an important game. And this is game number 3. If it was game 1, that'd be one thing, but you could be knocked out of VISPRO if you don't get this victory. It doesn't really seem like the time to be trying to shake things up. And now Yugi, he's actually going to get caught a bit here. Does get slowed up a little, but won't be going down. However, Forced Cord gets blocked nicely. Gorilla actually used the jump jets backwards. That could actually cost them a little bit, but nice afterburn onto Lightning T. Can they find the kill? The core collapse gets blocked. They get Lightning T down, but now Juan Hernandez is going to try and fight, but he's 1v2, does not have the damage, and all of a sudden Lost in the Echo versus NRG goes back and forth. Where have we seen this before?
Every game this series. So Gorilla cleaning up that kill really nicely there. This is going to be a turret for Lost in the Echo. It's going to give them 900 gold over into their entire team's pocket. That was a really, really good fight picked up by them. It does look like Yugi is now moving into this Aftershock, and I do like this. One of the big things you do lose out with going with this tension bow is, yes, it's good into the lower health pool, but on this utility Glaive, the tension bow proc is only up every 6 seconds, whereas you can get the Aftershock proc off every 1.5 too. So the damage he's going to have with this double proc is going to be nice. And we do see Gorilla finishing his 4th offensive item here. A little bit ahead of Juan Hernandez in the lane, but we don't have an infusion out of Gorilla yet. So this next fight could be really detrimental for either side, and I could really see it going either way. You know, we only have 2 damage items out of Lightning T so far.
Yeah, Juan Hernandez is going to be going for the big sustain route, opting for he has a poison shiv. Obviously, it's the first time, but he's looking like going to be getting a Serpent's Mask as well. But this is going to be Gold Miner. Does go over to Lost in the Echo. Forced Cord not going to connect. And it looks like Gorilla wanted to fight, but then realized, maybe myself being on the front line is not the best of ideas. And so they back off into their jungle. Yugi, again, just going for this on-hit build is very interesting. If it works out, I mean, hey, it's working. It worked in that last team fight. We'll see if they can make it continue to work, as he does get that Aftershock completed now. So the burst on the side of Lost in the Echo is going to be absolutely massive. There's going to be a nice gauntlet locking them all inside, but a big core collapse will stun up Lost in the Echo, and they get deleted. Gorilla and Banglaner will fall. You can see Yugi just trying to get himself out to safety. He will do so, but this turret is not going to be long for the world. What a great core collapse for Lightning T, and big mistake from Lost in the Echo to not block that.
Absolutely, and with the commotion of the fight, that is a very easy skill to miss. The
Lightning T going to be sacrificed.
Yeah, it looked like he was lagging a little bit. I'm not sure why he went in that deep. I did see it looked like he might have had some connection issues down by the sentry. However, great core collapse. This goes back into us saying that he is just so proficient on these heroes that require skill shots. And, perfect timing, got it down on Gorilla. What we really need to see out of Lost in the Echo here is we still don't have an Atlas Pauldron for this Sky, and it is very difficult to get an Atlas Pauldron down on Sky. She gets that movement and is able to dance around the fights, and it looks like Lost in the Echo should be able to clean up this Kraken here. And a good block on the pull.
That was close.
It was very, very close, and the Celestial is burned and gets only a little bit of damage down on the Kraken. Yugi does clean up a health treant, and it should be up to full health here shortly. Definitely good for Lost that the Finn wasn't able to steal that Kraken, though, because with only 2 turrets left and Bradley or Lightning T and Juan Hernandez coming up full health in the base, definitely could have been a very punishing push for them.
Damage coming out of Gorilla with that double Tyrant's Monocle. He's going to jump over the wall.
Oh my goodness!
The wall was that damage. My goodness, Gorilla just deleted NRG, and that is very likely going to be the game with Kraken pushing in. Unbelievable.
Huge damage there, and that shows exactly why you do not want to group up against this Baron. The splash damage that he had there with the Serpent's Mask and double monocle was huge.
Last chance effort here from NRG, but
it's not enough.
Wow.
Huge plays from Lost there. Very impressive play there at the end.
We absolutely need to get that last fight, if you can even call it a fight. That was unbelievable. The damage from Gorilla in an instant, just deleting the members of NRG and taking the game. What a crazy turn of events there. I mean, I was sitting there like, okay, they're going to get like 1 turret, maybe 2, and then NRG will stop this push, but unreal damage out of this Baron wins the game for Lost in the Echo, and not just the game, they get the series against NRG. That is a Vainglory 8 team that they just defeated.
And that's got to feel good for Lost in the Echo, knowing that this team has progressed into the Vainglory 8. It really shows what they're capable of. So this is going to be a team to watch and see how they can progress through VISPRO. Seeing NRG make it into the VG8, that brings a lot of potential for some of these teams like Lost in the Echo. They might be able to make it into the VG8 come down to the end of the split.
I mean, guys, that was that last engagement, and actually, I don't know if you were watching on Mob Crush because we were able to just see it now due to the delay. I mean, they did a lot of damage. The gauntlet was perfect, and then of course the ion cannon was just the cherry on top. Unbelievable amount of damage coming in right in that instant, and just blew up. I hope somebody goes back and takes a clip on that. In fact, I'll definitely make sure I get a clip of that and put that up on Twitter for everyone to see again, because that was absolutely worth the rewatch. And Lost in the Echo is moving. This has been the day of upsets. So many upsets on this day alone.
Absolutely. It started all off with, we really thought Nova was going to come out a game on top of Series 1 there, and it, they did put up a good fight. It looked like they might have had a little bit of difficulty finding out where they wanted everybody to be positioned. Maybe trying some things out, knowing that they still have their spot in VG8.
Yeah.
Maybe trying to see what can we work with here. But definitely they have upsets and some exciting games. This last one being down to the wire was just super amazing to watch.
It was fantastic. I mean, I feel bad for you guys having to cast all the way late into the night again, but at least it was worth it. It was so sweet to see that game. It really, really well played. And I think, hats off to NRG and Lost in the Echo, because both these teams played well. Even that last game, it was very well played. I was actually really impressed with the Celeste pick. But I think really NRG not really coming up here tonight and focusing on solid drafts. Instead, it looked like they were focusing on trying out things and ultimately just finding out they didn't work. So a little bit of a different strategy, I guess, as we get ready for the summer season. But with that, we are done for tonight. That's it, guys. We are going to be starting up next week for the quarterfinals, as they will kick off on Wednesday. But that is all we have. The round of 16 is over, and we will be signing out here for the rest of the week. Thanks, everybody, for coming on watching. Thanks for my casters, Tasty Bacon and Denomine. You guys have been awesome. Thanks, Denomine, man. Denomine has come in here this week and just shown up, casting for us on VISPRO for the first time. And, guys, I mean, I've been really impressed with Denomine. Thanks so much, man. You've really done a great job. And hopefully we get to hear more of your casting in the future.
Thank you so much for having me. And, you can always reach out to me whenever you would like. So it was nice being here with you guys tonight. Another late night for us here, but man, was it some exciting games to cast.
Oh, it was. All right, so see you guys later. Make sure you guys tune in next week. You're not going to miss it. The quarterfinals for the last split of the spring season will be taking place. We'll see you then.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.